Chapter 1903. It can't be? You guys. Yang Ming looked at the three women in surprise. He didn't expect them to be so determined. Yang Ming sighed. It seems that the three women's minds can't be changed. Then, it's not impossible to have a child. At the very least, if anything were to happen to him, his parents, Ming Yin, and the rest would have a spiritual sustenance to rely on. Yang Ming, we are serious. Chen Mingyan glanced at Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun, and then nodded slowly. Mom, what do you mean? Yang Ming scratched his head and looked at his mother awkwardly. This is naturally good. Mother Yang's previous unhappy expression suddenly became happy. If you have a grandson, you can be busy wherever you want to be. It doesn't matter if it's 10 or 20 years. I will play with my grandson. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. How can it be like this? Having a grandson made me forget my son. In the blink of an eye, I have become an insignificant person from a popular person, but this is also good. At least it diverted his mother's attention, and it also saved a lot of Yang Ming's words. The dinner was ordered from the Songjiang International Hotel. The family of 6 sat around a small round table. Because they were determined to have a grandson, Yang's father and Mother Yang didn't mention too much about Yang Ming's mission. In their opinion, the danger of this mission shouldn't be high. If it was a dangerous mission, it wouldn't take so long. The more dangerous it was, the faster it would be. Therefore, this kind of protracted battle was more troublesome to solve, but the relative danger was relatively small. In addition, Chen Mingyan also explained that the enemy this time was defeated by Yang Ming when they were in Songjiang. This time, they just tracked him to his lair. Therefore, Yang's father and Mother Yang thought that the one who chased after the enemy must be stronger than the enemy. Moreover, if Yang Ming wasn't strong, how could the enemy escape? The reason why it took so long was that the enemy was very cunning. His whereabouts were uncertain, and it was more difficult to find him. When sleeping at night, Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia slept in the same room. It was Yang Ming's previous room. Although the bed was a bit small, it was still possible to squeeze in. Chen Mingyan was very excited and somewhat nervous. After all, it was the first time that she was going to try to get pregnant. Every woman's mood was very excited. Today was also Chen Mingyan's critical period, so the probability of pregnancy was much higher. Lin Jiyun's mother's was worried. She had her period. When Lin Jiyun said this, it made Chen Mingyan feel a little embarrassed. Isn't there still Jejia? I just finished. Zhou Jejia suddenly blushed. When I was at the resort a few days ago, I also had my period. It's only been 4 days. It should still be the safe period. Really? Then, I'm the only one? When Chen Mingyan heard what they said, she was more worried than them. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's impossible for you all. If I can't get pregnant, wouldn't I be a sinner? So, Sister Mingyan, you have to work hard. Zhou Jejia blinked. We won't fight with you today. We will let you monopolize Yang Ming. You must not let us down. Okay, then I will go all out. I won't sleep tonight. When Chen Mingyan heard this, she suddenly clenched her teeth. Yang Ming, come on. Let's start now. Yang Ming suddenly sweated. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be so crazy. Originally, Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed because Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun were on the side. However, when she thought that it was a big deal to carry on the Yang family's ancestral line, Mother Yang was still waiting for her to give birth to a child. Suddenly, she couldn't care so much and let go. Lin Jiyun was fine. She and Chen Mingyan also served Yang Ming together, so at this time, she was fine except for a little blush. But Zhou Jejia was different. She hadn't experienced these things yet. At this time, when she saw her beloved man and her sister practicing on the bed, she couldn't help but feel dry in her mouth. Her body also twisted unnaturally. She didn't want to watch, but her eyes couldn't leave. Jejia, what's wrong with you? Lin Jiyun found that something was wrong with Zhou Jejia, so she quickly asked, I also want to. Am I a little perverted? Zhou Jejia was a little embarrassed. I know that Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming want to have a child, but I also want to join in. Lin Jiyun listened to Zhou Jejia's words and also blushed. Jejia, In fact, I also have feelings, but I can still restrain it. You, why don't you join in? I. Although Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were in bed, he also heard the conversation between Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun. He couldn't help but smile. Jiejia, come over. Let your sister Mingyan rest for a while. I'll pass. Zhou Jiejia was a little shy. No matter what, it was her first time. How could she dare to join in the group? In the end, Zhou Jiejia didn't join in. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were also very tired. The four of them huddled together on Yang Ming's small bed and slept in each other's arms. Early the next morning, Yang Ming told his parents that he couldn't stay at home because he still had other things to deal with. Yang Ming still had to see Lu Weishan. He was his godfather. Yang Ming was going to Yunnan soon. Naturally, he had to say goodbye to him. There was also Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, Zhao Ying, Huang Lele, and Suya. He had to say goodbye to them one by one. After all, the trip to Yunnan in 3 days was imminent. Yang's father and Mother Yang's eyes fell on the lower abdomen of Chen Mingyan and the others at the same time. This made Chen Mingyan and others a little shy. Yang Ming smiled and said, "How can it be so fast? I will work hard in these few days. I will definitely let you have grandchildren. That's more like it. Then you can go. Yang Ming, when you go to see your godfather, don't go empty-handed. Take the things you brought yesterday, okay?" Mother Yang pointed at the things that Yang Ming brought yesterday. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. "Mom, this is for you and my dad. I will buy some more to see Godfather. How can I take it back? Your dad and I don't need it. You can take it. Why do you care so much about your own family?" Mother Yang couldn't help but put the things in Yang Ming's hands. "If you don't take it, it will be a waste to leave it at home. Your dad and I have money. We could buy whatever we want and need. We don't need you to buy the things we don't need." Chapter 1904. Yang Ming, since Uncle and Auntie have said so, then take it back. Chen Mingyan also saw that Yang Ming's parents really didn't lack these things, so when she saw that Mother Yang insisted, she also persuaded. "Right, Mingyan, you are ready to give birth to a grandson for me. Why are you still calling us Uncle and Auntie? Isn't it time to change the way you address us?" Mother Yang suddenly said after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. Chen Mingyan was stunned, but she suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she was already very familiar with Yang Ming's parents, she was still not used to suddenly changing the way she addressed them. However, she was very happy in her heart because this also meant that she was recognized by Yang Ming's family. "You want the child to change the way you address us. How can you not prepare to change the way you address us?" Yang Dehai listened to Mother Yang's words and saw Chen Mingyan's embarrassment. He quickly mediated. "Besides, the child is still young. There's no need to rush." Yang Dehai thought that Chen Mingyan wasn't ready, so he didn't want to push too hard. Although their living conditions had improved by leaps and bounds, Yang Dehai was no longer the former laid-off worker, and Mother Yang was no longer the former temporary worker. One of them was the chairman of the Ming Yang Heavy Industry Group, and the other was the manager of the community property company. It was more than enough to match Chen Mingyan's family. However, this was only in the case that Yang Ming had a girlfriend. Now Yang Ming didn't only have Chen Mingyan as his girlfriend, but also Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. If Chen Mingyan were to change her way of addressing him, then would Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia change their ways of addressing him? Although Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's first girlfriend, Lin Jiyun was the first girl who had a relationship with Yang Ming. It was Yang Ming who owed her. Yang's father and Mother Yang were well aware of this. It was impossible for them to break up Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. If they were to follow the order of first come, first served, then Lin Jiyun would be the first girlfriend. Looking at Zhou Jiejia, she loved Yang Ming to the bone. She could take a bullet for Yang Ming regardless of life and death. How could this kind of unforgettable love be easily separated? Therefore, Yang's father and Mother Yang were really in a dilemma. Since Chen Mingyan was willing and didn't say anything, they were naturally happy to agree. Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Yang. They couldn't treat them differently, right? Although Chen Mingyan was happy, Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun weren't happy. Wasn't this destroying the harmony of the family? In fact, Yang's father and mother Yang thought too much. First, it wasn't that Chen Mingyan wasn't prepared, but she was a little excited and didn't know what to say. Second, if she changed hers, how could she not let Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun change theirs? Chen Mingyan had already accepted Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun from the bottom of her heart. She really regarded them as sisters. The relationship between the three of them had long ceased to have any intrigue. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyan was anxious. She actually wanted to finalize this matter today. If Yang Ming really left, then she didn't know when he would come back next time. She also wanted to establish her identity as the daughter-in-law of the Yang family before Yang Ming left. In this way, when Yang Ming went out in the future, she could come to Yang Ming's house naturally, and it wouldn't be awkward. Therefore, Chen Mingyan pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia's clothes and whispered, "Let's call it together." And Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia naturally had the same idea. But since Chen Mingyan didn't speak, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Now that Chen Mingyan said so, how could they object? Although they were a little embarrassed, they also understood that if they didn't seize this opportunity, they would definitely regret it in the future. Dad, Mom, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia opened their mouths almost at the same time, which made Yang's father and mother Yang stunned. Although they already knew that Chen Mingyan didn't care that Yang Ming had two more girlfriends, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia, no matter what, she was always the most legitimate wife in the end. But now, Chen Mingyan obviously gave the same identity to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. Having three daughters-in-law at the same time made Mother Yang somewhat overwhelmed. However, Yang Dehai had been exposed to a lot of big situations recently. At this time, he also recovered after being stunned. He quickly said to Mother Yang, "What are you doing? Hurry up and give the children the money." "Oh, okay. Mother Yang also recovered and quickly ran to the house to find money. But how much cash could there be at home? Moreover, she didn't know how much money was appropriate to prepare. The current Yang family was no longer the Yang family of the past. Yang Dehai's business was often in the hundreds of millions of yuan. If the money was too little, it wouldn't be the case. The behavior of Chen Mingyan and the other two was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectations. However, Yang Ming thought about it carefully and was relieved. Since they had chosen to follow him, then before he left, it was also right to give them a legitimate identity. After he left, the three of them would come to his house to accompany his parents. Otherwise, the identity of his girlfriend would always be somewhat unreliable. But now, after calling them Dad and Mom, it also confirmed that they were all Yang Ming's wives. Although there was no formal wedding ceremony, in their hearts, they had already acquiesced to this fact. "Mom, don't bother. Give each of them 100 yuan. It's enough." Yang Ming also guessed that it was impossible to have so much cash at home, so he opened his mouth to help his mother out. "How can 100 yuan be enough? You should at least give 100,000 yuan. Mother Yang was a little worried. An ordinary family would need 50,000 yuan to change their identity. With their current conditions and the excellence of Chen Mingyan and the other two, 100,000 yuan was not much. Annie, Mom. Chen Mingyan was not used to calling Mother Yang at first. Yang Ming is right. 100 yuan is enough. Yeah, the change of identity is just a formality. Yang Ming smiled and said, "They are not short of money. That's fine. Don't give 100 yuan. Give each of them 10,000 yuan first. When the bank opens tomorrow, I will withdraw the money." Mother Yang took out 30,000 yuan. There was a total of 50,000 yuan in cash at home. It was not easy to divide the three of them. It couldn't be 16,000 yuan each, right? That was not very good. It was better to give 10,000 yuan as a round number. "No need. 10,000 yuan is enough." Chen Mingyan smiled and took the lead to take the 10,000 yuan handed over by Mother Yang. Then, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also took the change of identity handed over by Mother Yang. "Since you have taken the money, you are a family in the future. Tomorrow, let your father give you a key to the house. If you have time, come and visit. Yang Ming, this child, is not easy to worry about. After he leaves, you have to come and play more often, Mother Yang said. Chapter 1905. Don't worry, Mom. We will come when we are free in the future. Shen Mingyan said politely. After sending Yang Ming and the others downstairs, Yang's father and Mother Yang happily returned to the house. Although Yang Ming was leaving soon, it was a good thing to have 3 daughters-in-law. After leaving home, Yang Ming drove directly to his godfather, Lu Weishan's house. This was also the first time Yang Ming officially visited with his 3 girlfriends. Yang Ming called Lu Weishan. Godfather, where are you? In school. I just finished a meeting. Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's voice, so his tone became casual. Oh, Godfather, you are still busy? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his godfather to still be in school so late. I just finished a meeting. Vice Principal Su was suspended. His job was temporarily replaced by another newly promoted vice principal. Lu Weishan said and laughed. You little brat, you actually have such a powerful trump card and another identity. I've been worried for nothing. Lu Weishan said so. Yang Ming could basically confirm that Lu Weishan would smoothly take over the position of principal. It was already a surprise that the newly promoted vice principal could take over Vice Principal Su's job. It was impossible to go further. The only person who could take over the principal's job could only be Lu Weishan, the senior vice principal. My identity is actually a secret. Isn't it because there is no other way? That's why I took it out. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, these things were hidden from Lu Weishan beforehand. I just told this to my parents. Yang Ming said so that his godfather wouldn't have any other thoughts. Because his parents just knew. It wasn't that Yang Ming deliberately hid it from him. If that's the case, then can you say it now? When will you come to my place and have a good talk with me? Lu Weishan wasn't angry that Yang Ming hid these things from him. Instead, he felt that what Yang Ming was doing now was a serious matter. It wasn't a bad thing, so there was no need to hide it. And I'm going to your house to see you, godmother and sister Xiaoqing. When can you go back? Yang Ming asked with some embarrassment. I'm going to pack up and go home now. I'm afraid that your sister Xiaoqing will come back a little later. She also has some things to deal with in her department. Vice President Su's relative has recently been trying to replace Qing as the dean of the department. However, Vice President Su has been suspended. The relative has also found some economic problems. Qing is cooperating with the school's disciplinary department to deal with this matter, said Lu Weishan. That's fine. Let's go over first. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't expect Vice Principal Su to involve others. It was really unfortunate. Yang Ming's car slowly drove into the school. Not long after he entered the school gate, his phone rang. Yang Ming took out his phone and looked at it. It was Zhang Bin calling. Zhang Bin, what's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Bro, where are you? Zhang Bin's voice was a little anxious. I just arrived at the school. What's wrong? What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Bro, have you seen the school's forum BBS? There is a challenge from Fan Jinja on it, said Zhang Bin. Challenge? What challenge? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know what Zhang Bin was talking about. He wants to challenge. Yeah, don't you know? Zhang Bin said, the post has just been posted, and it has become a hot post. The number of top posts has exceeded 10,000, but most of them are supporting you, bro. What the hell is going on? Can you tell me in detail? Asked Yang Ming. It's like this. Fan Jinja posted a challenge, saying that he wants to fight with you. The loser has to stay away from Sister Zhao Ying and run around the school naked, said Zhang Bin. Is there something wrong with him? Yang Ming was stunned when he heard Zhang Bin's words. This Fan Jinja can really think of these inexplicable things. Yeah, I also think there is something wrong with him, Zhang Bin said after listening. He is not your opponent at all. Now the replies on the internet are completely one-sided. Everyone predicted that you, bro, will be the winner. They all said that Fan Jinja is asking for trouble. Why would he do something that everyone knows the result of? Is he retarded? Yang Ming smiled faintly after listening. This kid probably wants to play some dirty tricks. That's true, Zhang Bin suddenly realized. Then, bro, Are you going to accept the challenge or not? I'll study it. Yang Ming did not answer immediately because Yang Ming wanted to see the situation before making a decision. Okay, bro, I'm just informing you. You can go online and see for yourself. Zhang Bin said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm going to have fun with Xiao Cici and Wang Mei. Zhang Bin was very proud when he said this. He was very proud of dealing with Xiao Cici and Wang Mei at the same time, as Yang Ming's underling. Even if he did not have as many women as Yang Ming, having two of them was not a disgrace to the boss. Go ahead, said Yang Ming. Bro, then I'm hanging up. As Zhang Bin said this, he was about to hang up the phone. Wait a minute. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he was going to leave in 3 days. He had not had a good time with Zhang Bin, his good friend, so he quickly called out. What's wrong, bro? Is there anything else? Asked Zhang Bin. Do you have time tomorrow? Come out night. Let's talk. Asked Yang Ming. Okay, bro, call me. I have time anytime, said Zhang Bin, but he was somewhat puzzled. Yang Ming suddenly looked for him. What's the matter? But he still responded directly. I'll bring Xiao Cici and Wang Mei. Don't bring them. It's just the two of us. I won't bring anyone else, said Yang Ming. Oh, Zhang Bin was stunned. Although he was more confused, he still said, okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. Yang Ming, what challenge did Zhang Bin just say? Who wants to challenge you? Chen Mingyan heard a few vague words from Yang Ming, but she did not hear Zhang Bin's words, so she asked curiously. Oh, that Fan Jinzhe wants to challenge me. He said it's a martial arts competition. The loser has to stay away from Sister Zhao Ying and run around the school field naked, explained Yang Ming. Fan Jinzhe? He wants to challenge you? Chen Mingyan was shocked. The person at the resort that night? That's him, probably because of what happened last time, said Yang Ming. How did he challenge you? Are you going to accept the challenge? Asked Chen Mingyan worriedly. Isn't this because I want to discuss with you? Yang Ming smiled and said, Jia, can your phone log into the campus network's BBS? Zhang Bin said that there is a challenge post. Chapter 1906. Yes, I'll log in and take a look now. Jia quickly took out her mobile phone and began to log in to the campus network. It was generally impossible to log into the school's campus network through external networks, but it was not difficult for Zhou Jia. Soon, Zhou Jia logged into the school's BBS forum and found the challenge post posted by Fan Jinzhe. Found it. Zhou Jia pointed to the mobile phone screen and said, It's this post. Let me see. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jin both leaned over and looked at the post displayed on Zhou Jia's mobile phone screen. Why is this Fan Jinzhe so bad? Zhou Jia couldn't help but frown after reading the challenge post. If he wants to pursue a girl, he should use an open and above-board method. What kind of method is this? Yeah. Chen Mingyan also nodded. Yang Ming, I support you. Since he wants to challenge, then you should accept it. When he loses, let's see if he will run around naked. Isn't this person too wicked? Under normal circumstances, Chen Mingyan didn't like to solve problems in a violent way. However, a challenge was different from ordinary violence because a challenge was closer to a martial arts competition. There were rules, just like a competition. It wasn't a fight. It seems at this time, I really have to accept the challenge. Otherwise, others will really think that I am a coward. Yang Ming thought about it and said, since I am leaving, people who don't know will think that I'm scared away, or that I lost a Fan Jinzhe in private and didn't want to run away naked. Yeah, before you leave, you have to help Sister Ying solve this problem. Otherwise, that person will be very annoying. Chen Mingyan said, otherwise, after you leave, he will definitely bother Sister Ying even more. Okay, then Jia, help me reply to the post and say that I agree to his challenge. The time and place will be decided by him. However, it has to be within 2 days. Otherwise, I won't wait for it. Yang Ming said. In Yang Ming's opinion, Chen Mingyan's words were not wrong at all. He was about to leave, so he couldn't leave Zhao Ying with a problem, right? Not to mention that Zhao Ying was now considered his woman. Even if they had not established a relationship, Yang Ming could not sit back and watch Fan Jinja harass Zhao Ying. All right, Zhou Jia had Yang Ming's login account in the school forum. All students had a forum account that had been authenticated and linked to their student ID number. After posting, they could also represent the student themselves. Of course, if you don't want to use your own account to post, you can register some uncertified sock puppets. These sock puppets can also post, but they don't have a certified student ID number. Zhou Jia edited Yang Ming's message into a post and replied to it. Soon, it attracted the attention and support of many students. Fan Jinja and Feng Juning, who were sitting in front of the computer, were paying attention to the situation of the challenge post on the forum. Suddenly, they saw Yang Ming's reply. Feng Juning suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Zhe, look, Yang Ming has replied." "Oh, Yang Ming really replied? Are you sure it's Yang Ming who replied?" Fan Jinja was playing with his mobile phone. After hearing Feng Juning's words, he quickly put down his mobile phone, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the computer screen. "Where is it?" "It's here." Feng Juning opened Yang Ming's reply and said, "This must be Yang Ming's account. It has been authenticated by his student ID number." "Oh, it must be authenticated. What did he say?" Fan Jinja looked at Yang Ming's reply excitedly, but he couldn't help but frown after reading it. "Within 2 days? Can we get in touch with that black boxing relative of yours? Can he come over?" "Why not? It's very fast if he takes a plane." Feng Juning disagreed. "Brother Zhe, as long as we are willing to pay and reimburse him for the plane ticket, he can come here tomorrow." "Okay, you tell him that I will pay for the plane ticket. Ask him to pack his luggage and come over immediately." Fan Jinja didn't lack the few thousand yuan for the plane ticket. Since Yang Ming had agreed to the challenge, he naturally had to implement it quickly. Otherwise, if he didn't set the time and place of the challenge within 2 days, Yang Ming would cancel the challenge. Then, it wouldn't be Yang Ming losing face, but Fan Jinja losing face. Because people would definitely say that Yang Ming accepted his challenge, but he didn't accept the challenge. Then, it wouldn't be Yang Ming's fault, but Fan Jinja's regret. Fan Jinja couldn't do such a shameful thing. "Okay, I will contact my distant relative and ask him to come over tomorrow." Feng Juning nodded. "Hurry up and contact him. Call him now so that I can set a time for Yang Ming's reply. Otherwise, others will think that I'm afraid of him or something." Fan Jinja urged anxiously. After Feng Juning heard it, he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Feng Xibiao's number. "Hello, 7th cousin? I'm Feng Juning, Little Nengzi." Feng Juning said after the call was connected. "Oh, it's Little Nengzi. Why? Have you confirmed the matter on your side? Can you accept the appearance fee of 200,000 yuan?" Feng Xibiao asked. Although he and Feng Juning were relatives, they weren't real relatives at all. He didn't know how many rounds they had gone through. It was just a surname. It was hard to say if they were real relatives. It was just that Feng Juning's appearance fee was very attractive. 200,000 yuan. If he fought in an underground boxing match, he would only get a few tens of thousands at most. That was under the condition that he won. If he lost, he wouldn't get a penny. "Of course, I can accept it." Feng Juning said, "My boss said that he will pay you 200,000 yuan, but you have to leave tomorrow and fly over because the match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow." "Oh, that's a rush," Feng Xibiao said after listening. "Which city are you in? How much is the flight ticket? Is it expensive?" Previously, Feng Juning didn't tell Feng Xibiao which city he was currently in because they only negotiated the price. They didn't confirm whether he would fight, so Feng Xibiao didn't ask in detail. But now that it was confirmed, he naturally had to ask. It wasn't that he was stingy. If the flight ticket was too expensive, it would cost a few thousand yuan for a round trip, plus the cost of staying in the hotel. However, he had spent more than 10,000 yuan. A total of 200,000 yuan was less than 10,000 yuan. He was a little unwilling. He would rather take the train. The nature of his work was similar to working hard. Every penny was earned by his own hard work, so he cherished it very much. In Songjiang City, the flight can only go to the provincial capital Donghai. "The airport here hasn't been repaired yet," said Feng Juning. Chapter 1907. What? In Songjiang City? Feng Xibiao was slightly stunned after listening. This Songjiang City was the place of his bitter past. To be honest, he didn't want to come, but the reward of 200,000 yuan was very tempting. He couldn't give it up. What's wrong? Feng Juning heard that Feng Xibiao's tone didn't seem to be right. He thought that Feng Xibiao thought it was too far. So he quickly said, "But my boss said that he will reimburse you as long as you can come tomorrow." Reimburse. Feng Xibiao was tempted again. Although Songjiang City was the place of his sad past, since the other party wanted to reimburse the plane ticket, he was naturally very happy because he could save 10,000 yuan. So he hesitated and said, "These conditions are okay, but if I go, you have to tell me who the opponent is, right? What's his name? How old is he? Is he a famous boxer in the country?" "Oh, the opponent is a freshman student named Yang Ming. He shouldn't be an underground boxer. Have you heard of him?" Feng Juning asked. "Freshman student? Yang Ming, I haven't heard of him." Feng Xibiao listened to Feng Juning's words and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just a college student. Wouldn't it be easy for me to go?" So he said, "Is he very good? Why do you want me to go out and teach a lesson to a freshman?" "It's like this. This Yang Ming isn't an ordinary student. His martial arts skills aren't weak." Feng Juning didn't hide it. After all, if he said that Yang Ming was good, Feng Xibiao would pay enough attention to him. Otherwise, what if he failed? How good can a student be? Feng Xibiao was somewhat dismissive. "Seventh cousin, you have to pay attention to him. He is really good." Feng Juning said, "Our school's Taekwondo club president and vice president were not his opponents. They were all defeated by him. Damn, how good can a small Taekwondo club in a school be? Not to mention a school's Taekwondo club. Even those retired Taekwondo players are not my opponents. Those flashy kung fu is not useful at all. It is just a trick for me. Instant kill." When Feng Xibiao heard Feng Juning's words, he immediately felt relieved. He wasn't bragging. He was telling the truth. In the underground boxing arena, although there were people like him who came from an unorthodox background, there were also those who retired from professional competitions. Among them, there was no lack of Taekwondo fighters, Muay Thai fighters, Sanda fighters, boxers, judo fighters, and even sumo wrestlers. However, no matter how powerful those people were, they were all beaten black and blue by Feng Xibiao. Some of them could not even take care of themselves for the rest of their lives. Although these people could not be said to be weak, they were too particular about routines. Everyone's kung fu had various rules. They had been immersed in this kind of kung fu for half of their lives, which caused them to stick to the rules. There was no way for them to adapt to the rules of the underground arena. There were no rules in the underground fighting arena. As long as you didn't bring any firearms, you could fight however you wanted with your bare hands. As long as you could knock down your opponent, you would win. This kind of rule was especially suitable for people like Feng Xibiao, who came from an unorthodox background, because they didn't have any rules to begin with. "Really? That's great." Feng Juning was overjoyed when he heard it. He thought, no wonder Yang Ming could defeat the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club. It turned out that in the eyes of a ruthless person, it was nothing at all, right? Is there any rules in your competition? For example, what kind of moves can't be used? Feng Xibiao suddenly thought that this was not an underground fighting arena. Was there any rules? I don't want to be unable to perform well. Rules? There are no rules. Feng Juning quickly said, when Yang Ming challenged the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club, "I saw the video." That Yang Ming didn't know the rules at all. He didn't have any routines when he fought. He even used a brick. The president of the Taekwondo club couldn't do anything. After all, Yang Ming came from an unorthodox background. It seemed that he was completely fighting randomly, but his brute force was also very powerful. "Oh, is that so? That's great. That's exactly what I want. I don't have any rules when I fight. As long as there are no rules in the competition, it's fine." Feng Xibiao nodded. "Right, that brick. Is he holding it this time? This time we can make it clear in advance that weapons such as bricks are not allowed." Feng Juning said, "It doesn't matter. Let him hold it. That thing has no lethality at all." Feng Biao said indifferently. For an underground fighter like him, the physical resistance of his body was quite strong. Let alone the brick hitting his body. It didn't matter even if it hit his head. Because the power of boxing hit the head, it was far more damaging than the brick. He had already practiced, so the brick was nothing to be afraid of. Okay, then you come over tomorrow? I have arranged the competition here. Feng Jining asked. Okay, you first transfer 20,000 yuan to my account. I will get up and leave after I receive it. Feng Biao said. Although Feng Jining was his relative, the deposit was indispensable. Feng Biao couldn't afford it if Feng Jining didn't want to fight again. At that time, he couldn't say anything for the sake of his relatives. He couldn't beat Feng Jining up, right? Therefore, he first asked for a deposit of 20,000 yuan. It wasn't a lot. He believed that Feng Jining could accept it. Even if it was a wasted trip, he could still get 20,000 yuan. No problem. Tell me your account number. Feng Jining agreed readily. I will transfer the money to you through online banking. My account number is XXXXX. It's XX Bank. Feng Biao gave an account number to Feng Jining. Okay, I have noted it down. You can check it later. Once the money is here, you can leave. Feng Jining said. No problem. Feng Biao said. This matter was settled. After Fan Jinja transferred 20,000 yuan to Feng Biao's account, he began to reply to the post on the internet. As for Yang Ming's challenge, it was scheduled for noon 2 days later in the school's gymnasium. As for renting the school's gymnasium, it was a piece of cake for Fan Jinja. Xiao Biao from the student union was his buddy. He just had to let Xiao Biao talk to him, and he could rent the school's gymnasium. At that time, he just had to give the student union some money symbolically. Husband, Fan Jinja replied to the post again. Chen Mingyan didn't expect Fan Jinja to reply so quickly. Fan Jinja had set the time for the competition just after Zhou Jiejia posted the post. Chapter 1908. Oh, what did he say? Asked Yang Ming after he heard it. He scheduled a challenge at noon 2 days later, which is the day after tomorrow at the school's gymnasium. The loser will do things according to the rules set previously, said Chen Mingyan. Okay, let Jiejia reply to him and say that I agreed to the time, said Yang Ming as he nodded. Okay, I will reply to him now, said Zhou Jiejia. Zhao Ying also heard that Fan Jinja was going to challenge Yang Ming immediately. After all, she was the female lead involved in the post. After the post became popular, a graduate student called Zhao Ying and told Zhao Ying about it. Zhao Ying didn't believe it at first, but the student said that the evidence was conclusive, so Zhao Ying had some doubts. After that, Wang Xiaoyan called and told Zhao Ying about the challenge post. Zhao Ying completely believed it this time. She quickly turned on the computer, went to the school forum, and saw the challenge post. But she didn't expect that Yang Ming had already agreed to Fan Jinja's challenge. This made Zhao Ying both happy and worried. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be impulsive and get hurt. But when she thought of Yang Ming's identity, she realized that he was an agent. His skills must be extraordinary. How could he not be Fan Jinja's opponent? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying calmed down again, but she was a little nervous. I don't know what Chen Mingyan will think after knowing this. Will she be suspicious? Will she stop Yang Ming? Zhao Ying was afraid that Chen Mingyan would denounce her. Looking at the post on the forum, she hesitated whether to call Yang Ming and ask. Zhao Ying's personality was like this. She would hesitate when she encountered something. It was precisely because of this that her relationship with Yang Ming was so bumpy. Now that she had finally gotten the right result, Zhao Ying didn't want any more mistakes in the middle. Zhao Ying wouldn't be able to withstand any storm. She would rather be a secret lover than be separated from Yang Ming because of some accident. Therefore, Zhao Ying felt that Fan Jinja's challenge was completely unnecessary. So what if he chased after her? She didn't like him at all. At most, she would just reject him if he was a little troublesome. Yang Ming's reply to the challenge was equivalent to indirectly admitting to others that she had a relationship with him. Zhao Ying didn't want this to affect the relationship between her and Yang Ming, so she finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and called Yang Ming. Yang Ming was driving when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhao Ying's phone number. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he glanced at Chun Mingyan and the other two from the rearview mirror with a guilty conscience. Seeing that they were all studying the post on the forum, he was slightly relieved and picked up the phone. "Hello, sistering." Zhao Ying was stunned when she heard Yang Ming's address. Didn't Yang Ming start calling me Ying Ying or Zhao Ying? Why did he call me sistering again? However, Zhao Ying was not stupid. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she immediately realized that there should be others around Yang Ming. She couldn't expose her relationship with him. So, regardless of whether others could hear her voice on the phone, Zhao Ying changed her tone and said, "Yang Ming, Fan Jinja challenged you, and you also saw the post?" Asked Yang Ming. "Yeah, Yang Ming, how can you agree to him? He's being unreasonable. Just ignore him. If you agree to his request, what if something happens?" Zhao Ying lowered her voice as she said this. "You have a girlfriend. Does Chen Mingyan know about this? Did she allow you to accept the challenge? What if something happens to you? How can I explain it to her?" Although Zhao Ying's words were very harsh, Yang Ming could hear the deeper meaning of Zhao Ying's words. That was, what if Chun Mingyan knew about his relationship with Zhao Ying? That was why Zhao Ying made this call. Mingyan and the others are also in the car. They all think that this Fan Jinja is a bit too much. If we don't teach him a lesson, he may become worse in the future. So, it is better to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, Yang Ming said with a smile. His words were said openly, but Zhao Ying could also understand the hint in it. That was, Chen Mingyan knew about this matter, and Chen Mingyan was beside Yang Ming at this moment. He was also reminding Zhao Ying not to say anything too intimate, so as to avoid problems. How could Zhao Ying not understand? However, she heard that it was Chen Mingyan's idea, so she didn't mention this matter anymore. She was worried that Chen Mingyan would think too much after knowing about it. However, since it was Chen Mingyan's idea, there was no need to worry. She could completely relax. "Okay, in this case, you should be careful," Zhao Ying said. "If I have time a day after tomorrow, I will also go and watch the battle. But don't get hurt and don't force it. If you really can't do it, just lose. It's not a big deal." "Okay, sistering, you have to come and cheer for me," Yang Ming said with a smile. "That's it for now. I'm hanging up. Goodbye." Zhao Ying didn't say anything else. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said, "Sistering called and asked me how to respond to Fan Jinja. Sistering is worried about you. She doesn't want you to get hurt." "What's wrong with that?" Chen Mingyan said, "Sistering is very concerned about you. Although this matter is for her, she also doesn't want you to fight, right?" "Yeah, Sistering also said that I should ignore it. But it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Look at you. It's as if you are very powerful." Although Chen Mingyan said so, she also knew that Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. Even when they were in high school, Yang Ming's title of Fighting King was already known to the whole school. After he became an agent, his skills improved by leaps and bounds. How could Fan Jinja and the others be compared to him? Yang Ming parked the car in the courtyard of the school's family area. He took Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jia upstairs and rang Lu Weishan's doorbell. After the Chinese New Year, Yang Ming visited Lu Weishan once. After that, he was busy with all kinds of messy things, so he didn't visit again. Seeing the familiar door, Yang Ming was filled with emotions. "I have known Lu Weishan for more than half a year. It passed in a blink of an eye. The first time I came, I was with Lan Ling. Lan Ling, I don't know how you are now. Are you okay? That time at the airport, who was the man beside you?" Chapter 1909. Yang Ming shook his head and put down his thoughts of Lan Ling. When he turned his head, he saw Chun Mingyan with a faint smile. Yang Ming was suddenly a little embarrassed. It seemed that Chen Mingyan saw through his thoughts. "Why? Do you miss Lan Ling?" Chen Mingyan glanced at Yang Ming and asked. "Oh yeah, the first time I came to Godfather's house, I was with Lan Ling." Yang Ming didn't deny it. Anyway, Chen Mingyan also knew about the matter between him and Lan Ling. "If you go to Yunnan this time, If you find her, bring her back. Chen Mingyan sighed and said, I will try to get along with her. Mingyan, you? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to suddenly say these words. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. It has already happened. What can I do if I avoid it? Don't I still have to face reality? However, this is the last one. The villa at home is almost full. Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. The last one? What could he say? Could he tell Chen Mingyan that there were still a few people outside? Wouldn't that make Chen Mingyan furious? However, it was also a good sign that Chen Mingyan could accept Lan Ling. Although she already knew of Lan Ling's existence, at least this was a good start. It proved that Chen Mingyan's thoughts were changing little by little. The door of Lu Weishan's house opened. The person who opened the door was Lu Weishan's wife, Chu Huifang, who was also Yang Ming's godmother. Godmother, Yang Ming called out kindly. Big Ming, you are here. Come in quickly. Your godfather said that you were coming and asked me to prepare the meal. I was just about to cook when you came. I wasn't ready yet. Hey, these three are... Chu Huifang looked at the three beauties behind Yang Ming with some surprise. Godmother, let me introduce them to you. These three are Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, introducing three girlfriends at once was somewhat unbelievable. However, Yang Ming could not introduce them. After all, he was a man. His face was thicker. He couldn't let Chen Mingyan and introduce themselves, right? All of them are Big Ming's girlfriends? Chu Huifang also knew a little about Yang Ming's matters. She had also heard some things from Xiao Qing, so she wasn't unfamiliar with the names of Yang Ming's three girlfriends. Although she hadn't seen them in person, it didn't affect anything. Godmother, Chen Mingyan, and the other two were also a little embarrassed, but they still followed Yang Ming to call Chu Huifang godmother. Godmother, they have already met my parents, and they have already given me money to change their name, so they're considered my wives. They are also considered as your goddaughter-in-law. Yang Ming said, you don't have to be polite. If there is anything in the future, just ask them to do it. They are also very familiar with Sister Xiao Qing. This godmother also has to give them money to change their names. Chu Huifang said with some surprise, this house hasn't been so lively for a long time. Big Ming has a wife, and there are three at once. I'm really happy. Since her son and daughter-in-law disappeared, Chu Huifang was very depressed. Although Xiao Qing and Yang Ming made up for the pain in her heart, she always felt that something was missing in this house. After all, Xiao Qing and Yang Ming were both single. There were still few times when they could come to the house together. So Chu Huifang always felt that the house wasn't lively enough. But now, Yang Ming brought back three daughters-in-law at once. This family would be lively in the future. Godmother, you don't have to give it, right? Haha, when I called you godmother, you had already given me a red packet. Yang Ming said with a smile. This includes the three of them. So, since I have given it to you, I have to give it to them. Chu Huifang waved her hand and said, you all come in first. Wait a minute. I will give you all a red packet. After that, Chu Huifang walked into the room quickly. Yang Ming could only smile helplessly. After all, this was the rule of the elders. He couldn't forcibly stop it, right? Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia were very surprised. When they came before, they were very nervous. They were also afraid that Yang Ming's godparents wouldn't be so open-minded. They couldn't accept the fact that the three of them were Yang Ming's women. If they only recognized Chen Mingyan, it would be awkward. This wasn't what Chen Mingyan wanted to see. Although Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiajia wouldn't have any complaints, Chen Mingyan wouldn't feel comfortable. She had long regarded the two of them as sisters. How could she ignore them? Now it seemed that Chu Huifang had already known about the three of them, and she knew it from Sister Xiao Qing. Then, there shouldn't be any problem. She even gave the three of them money to change their names. The three of them who were in suspense finally settled down. Not long after Chu Huifang entered the room, she took out three big red packets. Looking at the thickness of the inside, there should be at least 10,000 yuan. It was almost the same as the big red packet given to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan, this is for you. Chu Huifang handed one of the red packets to Chen Mingyan and gave the other two to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. Then, she said, in the future, you have to change to calling me Godmother. This is also your home. Come visit often in the future. Okay, thank you, Godmother. Chu Mingyao, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun thanked her in unison and accepted the red packets. After all, this represented Chu Huifang's intention. Moreover, Chu Huifang's family wasn't in a difficult situation. This 10,000 yuan was nothing. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Your godfather may be back soon. Chu Huifang said, I just started to prepare. I don't know when it will be done. It's okay to eat later, right? I didn't consider Ming Yin and the others before, so I prepared a little less. Now I need to add some dishes. Godmother, we just finished eating. Don't worry. Just treat this as a midnight snack, okay? Yang Ming said. That's good. Your godfather also ate a work meal at night. I also cooked noodles. As long as you aren't in a hurry. Chu Huifang nodded and said, Then I'm going to work. You all go to the living room to watch TV first. Godmother, let us help you. How could Chen Mingyan be willing to watch TV? She wanted to follow Chu Huifang to the kitchen with Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun. Don't. I'll do it myself. You all go and watch TV. I don't need your help. Chu Huifang waved her hand and refused Chen Mingyan's proposal. How can we let you do it alone? Let's help you too. Chen Mingyan thought that Chu Huifang was being polite, so she wanted to go to the kitchen together without any explanation. Chapter 1910. Mingyan, Godmother really doesn't need help. You could just sit on the sofa and watch TV. At this time, Yang Ming said to Chen Mingyan and the others with a bitter smile. Chen Mingyan was stunned. She couldn't help but frown. She thought, Godmother is an elder. How can we just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor? Yang Ming usually isn't such an impolite person. What happened today? Mingyan, you don't understand, Godmother. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan misunderstood and quickly explained, Godfather has a lot of social activities. The school also has a cafeteria, so Godmother usually doesn't cook. But Godmother can't be idle, so every time there are guests, Godmother enjoys cooking the most. She can handle it alone. She doesn't like others to help. When I first came, I also wanted to help, but I was stopped by Sister Xiao Qing. Godmother is very powerful. She can do it all by herself. Big Ming understands me. He knows that I only have this little fun, so you should wait in the living room. Wait for me to cook by myself. Chu Huifang smiled and nodded. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun listened to Chu Huifang's words and suddenly realized. It turned out that it wasn't Yang Ming who was impolite, but there was a reason. It turned out that Godmother was going to cook to have fun. No wonder she didn't let others help. As long as you think about it carefully, it can be understood. Because Chu Huifang retired at home, she had nothing to do. She was usually alone. Even if she wanted to cook, no one would eat so much food. Now that there were guests at home, it was time for her to show off. Why would she let others help? However, Chen Mingyan still said, Then we will help you to wash the vegetables. Is that okay? That's fine, but I will say it first. You can only wash the dishes and vegetables. I still have to do the cutting and frying of the vegetables. Chu Huifang was afraid that Chen Mingyan would steal her business, so she made a statement in advance. Okay, then we will do as Godmother says. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Calling her Godmother was easier than calling her mother. It was also more acceptable. Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia to go to the kitchen together with Chu Huifang. Yang Ming was alone in the living room, but he had nothing to do. He called his parents and told them that he had arrived at Godfather's, so they didn't have to be worried, but calm. He did it was just that they didn't think that the Zhao Ying who called was already their daughter-in-law. Zhao Ying's identity made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Before he left, Yang Ming didn't have time to explain to Chen Mingyan. In 3 days, Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems and make everyone unhappy. All of this should be planned after he returned safely. If he couldn't come back, everything would be meaningless. The doorbell rang and pulled Yang Ming's thoughts back to reality. Yang Ming stood up and opened the door. Lu Weishan was back. Godfather. Yang Ming took the briefcase for Lu Weishan and put it aside. He took the slippers for him. Big Ming, we are here. Lu Weishan smiled and nodded to Yang Ming. But when he put on the slippers and looked at the kitchen, he was slightly stunned. Lu Weishan didn't expect that Yang Ming actually brought 3 girlfriends together. This made Lu Weishan a little surprised. Although Lu Weishan learned about Yang Ming's behavior in school from Shaoqing, he also thought that Yang Ming was just playing around. These 3 girlfriends were simply joking. Only Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieja were just Chen Mingyan's friends. But today he brought them back. That was different. This showed that these 3 people had a close relationship with Yang Ming. Godfather, they're all my girlfriends. They are helping Godmother to cook. Yang Ming saw the doubts in Lu Weishan's eyes, so he explained with a smile. Oh, Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming strangely. You kid, what is going on? How many secrets do you have? These 3 people are all your girlfriends? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. They're all my girlfriends. They just called me Godmother, and Godmother gave them money to change their names. Lu Weishan nodded. The 3 of them are in harmony with each other. It is quite strange. But have you ever thought about what to do in the future? And you're a national staff member. How can you have 3 wives? In the future, if there is a future, I will naturally find a reasonable solution for them. Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. But as for the identity of a national staff member, my identity is quite special. Not only will they not restrict me with this requirement, but they will also try to meet my conditions as much as possible. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Weishan was slightly stunned. It seemed that Yang Ming's identity was quite special. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Lu Weishan suddenly thought of Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID. Lu Weishan had never heard of such an organization. Could it be that this was a special organization? Godfather, in fact, my real identity is what you saw today. It is the identity written on the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID. Yang Ming said, I belong to a special agent who performs some dangerous missions. Because I have some special abilities in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I can be regarded as an ace agent. Yang Ming said it vaguely. It was also because of his special abilities. Yang Ming was still not fully prepared to confess to everyone, so he vaguely let it pass. He believed that Lu Weishan wouldn't ask specifically. Ace agent. After Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's words, besides being shocked, he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such an identity. When did Yang Ming join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? When did he become an agent? These were all mysteries. Godfather, these things may sound unimaginable to you. They are too far away from your life. Yang Ming also understood Lu Weishan's current expression. When he told his parents before, his parents also had the same reaction. After all, this matter was a bit strange compared to ordinary life. Chapter 1911. Yeah, special agent. I only saw it on TV and in movies. I didn't expect my godson to be one too. Lu Weishan sighed. But you kid, why did you keep hiding it from me? If Vice Principal Su didn't want to expel you today, were you still planning to hide it from me? Did you treat me as an outsider? Godfather, you misunderstood. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Godfather, it's not what you think. I deliberately hid it from you, or I treated you as an outsider. Then what's going on? It wasn't that Lu Weishan didn't believe Yang Ming, but Yang Ming only told him about it now. It made Lu Weishan unhappy. After all, he treated Yang Ming as a relative. Why would Yang Ming hide such a big thing from him? Godfather, in fact, I just came from my parents' place. I just confessed to them about my identity. Yang Ming quickly explained, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieja. I just told them today. Today? Lu Weishan was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. Why did you wait until today to explain? Is it because of what happened today? Vice Principal Su wanted to expel you. So you said it? That's not it. Yang Ming shook his head. It's just a coincidence that Vice Principal Su wanted to expel me. Even if this didn't happen, I still wanted to tell everyone about my identity. Oh, so that's the case. But why did you wait so long to tell everyone about your identity? Lu Weishan still didn't quite understand Yang Ming's meaning. In fact, my identity has always been a secret. If it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't tell everyone. But this time, it's a little different. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he raised his head and looked at the direction of the kitchen. He saw that Qin Mingyan and the rest were busy, so he was relieved. This time I told my relatives because 3 days later, I have to lead a team to carry out a very special mission. The nature of the mission is very complicated and dangerous. Of course, I didn't tell my parents and Mingyan. I just told them that the mission may last for a long time. It could be a year, or it could be 8 or 10 years. You going to carry out a mission? Lu Weishan was shocked and suddenly realized the reason why Yang Ming chose to confess today was that he was going to carry out a mission, and this mission was very dangerous. From Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan heard the possibility that Yang Ming might not be able to return. Yes, so I have no choice but to confess to my relatives. But for my parents and Mingyan and the rest, I have no choice and I can't bear to tell them the truth. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, You also know that my parents are old, and Mingyan and the rest are too young. I really don't want to hurt them. Then you're hurting me? Lu Weishan listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Godfather, you're a great scholar. Naturally, you can distinguish between right and wrong. Maybe you can't bear to let me go, but in the face of great benefits, you can still make a choice. Yang Ming chose to confess to Lu Weishan because of this. Lu Weishan was a high-level intellectual. Naturally, he knew what was right and wrong. You could just give me a tall hat. Lu Weishan smiled and shook his head. But you're right. Although I'm very worried about you, you're working for the country. I support you, as long as you're careful. Let's not talk about those depressing words. In short, there's hope as long as the Green Hills last. There's hope. Of course, I understand. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'll try my best to be careful. I won't let everyone worry about me. As for whether you can't go or not, I won't say or ask, because I know that if you go, you naturally have your reasons. Lu Weishan sighed and said, Yeah, this time I have to go on this mission. Yang Ming nodded and said, Moreover, someone has to go. If I don't go, someone else will. This is a man's responsibility. Well said. I really didn't misjudge you. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming with gratification and nodded. A man with responsibility is a good man. Godfather, don't look at me like that. I'm a little embarrassed. Yang Ming scratched his head and said awkwardly, But to be honest, I'm not very willing to go. It's just that I don't have a choice. That's natural. But you know how to give up. That's already very impressive. Lu Weishan waved his hand. All right, Godfather, don't praise me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. All right, then I won't praise you. All right, you brought the 3 of them here because of this to say goodbye to me, right? You're afraid that I'll be lonely in the future, so you brought them here to visit me? Lu Weishan asked with a smile. And, Godfather, you're right. After I leave, I don't know when I'll be back. So, I asked them to come here more often when they're free. It's fine as long as you and Godmother aren't annoyed. Yang Ming said, What's there to be annoyed about? I'm happy that the house is lively. Lu Weishan shook his head. When people are old, they don't like to see the house too empty. After Tianqi went missing, the house was too empty. I'm already so old. I reckon that I won't be able to get any news about Tianqi in my lifetime. So, I'm very happy that you all come to accompany me more often. All right, Godfather, there's something very important that I need to tell you. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the news about Lu Tianqi that Guan Shuimin told him at his house. Oh, what's the matter? Lu Weishan saw that Yang Ming was serious, so he raised his spirits and asked carefully. Godfather, it's about my brother, Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming said, I heard some news about him from Professor Guan Shuimin. What? There's news about Tianqi? Lu Weishan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. He suddenly stood up and looked at Yang Ming anxiously. Yang Ming, is what you said true? There's really news about Tianqi. Godfather, don't get too excited. Yang Ming quickly stood up and supported Lu Weishan. It's just a guess from Professor Guan. It might not be true. It's just that having news is better than having no news at all, right? Lu Weishan hadn't been so excited for many years. At this moment, it was difficult for him to calm down. He took a deep breath and sat back on the sofa. Yang Ming, you really want to scare me. Since it's just a guess, why don't you just say it directly? You don't have to make it sound so serious. Isn't it making my heart unable to take it? Chapter 1912. Godfather, I didn't expect you to be so excited. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he said this. However, it was understandable. Lu Tianqi was Lu Weishan's son. Which father wouldn't be worried about his son's whereabouts? If it was his own father, he would probably be the same. Even if it wasn't Lu Tianqi, his godfather would also be excited when he heard the news if he went on a mission and didn't come back for many years. Okay, let's talk in the study room. Don't let your godmother hear about this. I'm afraid that the bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment. She can't take this blow. Lu Weishan waved his hand and stood up. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I also have the same idea. It's best not to tell godmother about the mission that I will be leading 3 days later. You can tell her slowly after I leave. Okay, but the mission is dangerous. I won't tell her. Your godmother's psychological quality isn't as good as mine. I'm afraid that she can't accept it. Lu Weishan nodded and said, later on, tell your 3 girlfriends not to say anything. They won't. These things need to be said by me, then they will follow me. They won't take the initiative to tell godmother. Yang Ming was still very assured about Chen Mingyan and the other 2. They weren't reckless girls. That's good. Let's go into the study room. Lu Weishan pushed open the door of the study room. After letting Yang Ming in, he said to Yang Ming, close the door. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and closed the door of the study room. Lu Weishan didn't sit on the chair behind the desk in the study room. Instead, he sat on the sofa. After sitting, Lu Weishan patted the seat beside him and said to Yang Ming, Big Ming, sit down. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. Okay. Yang Ming also sat beside Lu Weishan. Godfather, according to Professor Guan Xiumin, brother Lu Tianqi was an expert in bacteriology. According to Professor Guan Xiumin's speculation, could he have gone to Yunnan to study voodoo? Yunnan? Research on goo poison? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan was slightly stunned. Then, he said thoughtfully, now that you mention it, I do have some impression of it. Back then, Lin Dongfang, godly Dr. Lin, had a good personal relationship with my son. They often discussed medical matters together. Furthermore, I have also heard their conversation. It seemed to be related to some kind of voodoo. They said that the voodoo was actually a type of bacteria. Oh, if that's the case, then what Professor Guan said is true. Yang Ming said, yes, but can he go to Yunnan? As Lu Weishan spoke till here, he had some doubts. Even if he wanted to go to Yunnan to research the goo poison, he could have told me. He wouldn't have left without telling me, right? Even if he told me, I wouldn't stop him from going to Yunnan. But why didn't he tell me? This? I'm not too sure. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Maybe Brother Lu had some difficulties at that time. Difficulties? Maybe, but this is just a guess. He might not have gone to Yunnan. Researching the goo poison is researching the goo poison, but it doesn't necessarily have to go to Yunnan. Lu Weishan shook his head. It's just that Lin Dongfang also disappeared. If he was also there, we could ask about his son's whereabouts. Did godly Dr. Lin and Brother Lu disappear together? Yang Ming asked. It should be around the same time, but I'm not too sure if they disappeared together. Lu Weishan shook his head. So, it's a bit far-fetched to judge that Lu Tianqi went to Yunnan just from this aspect. Godfather, it's indeed far-fetched to judge that Brother Lu went to Yunnan from this situation. However, I have a very important thing to tell you. Yang Ming said, Godfather, do you still remember Lan Ling? Lan Ling? Of course, I remember that little girl. Lu Weishan smiled and said, how can I forget her? In the beginning, you all rented my house, right? Yes. Then do you remember when Lan Ling first came to you? She was in Brother Lu Tianqi's room. She pointed at Brother Lu's wedding photo and said that she seemed to have seen Brother Lu somewhere. Yang Ming said the reason that he was sure of in his heart. Oh, now that you said it, I really have an impression. At that time, little Lan Ling did say that. I was also shocked. Lu Weishan also nodded his head with a serious expression. Yeah, at that time, we thought that she had recognized the wrong person, so we didn't take it seriously. But now that we think about it carefully, where did Lan Ling come from? Yang Ming looked at Lu Weishan and asked, Lan Ling, Yunnan Miao Village. Lu Weishan slammed the sofa's armrest and became excited again. Could it be that Lan Ling saw Tianqi in Yunnan Miao Village? Yes, this is also where my suspicion lies. If it is just based on Lan Ling's words, then it is a bit far-fetched to suspect that Brother Lu Tianqi went to Yunnan. But if it is combined with Professor Guan Shiweming's words, then I could be at least 50% sure that Brother Lu Tianqi should be in Yunnan. At least he appeared in Yunnan. Yang Ming nodded and said, So, you are now telling me about Lu Tianqi's news, and you're going to Yunnan in 3 days. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Yes, the place I'm going this time is near a Fu Miao village in Yunnan. If it is possible, I want to find Brother Lu Tianqi. Since I am the person in charge of this mission and the captain of the team, I have this authority. Yang Ming smiled and said, Of course, this is not considered using power for personal gain. My relationship with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is actually to use and be used. At that time, I also made it clear to them that it was mutually beneficial. So, although I'm the trump card of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Secret Service team, I can only be considered as a subordinate member. Big Ming, I am very happy that you have this kind of thought. It doesn't matter if I can find him or not. It has been so many years, and I'm also more open-minded. Lu Weishan waved his hand and said, I just hope that you will put your own safety first. Don't delay the official business because of your brother. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. I understand. Of course, under the condition that it does not affect the progress of the mission, I will try to find Brother Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming said, and I will also inform my superiors in advance. That's good, but if the superiors don't agree, then forget it. Lu Weishan didn't want to put Yang Ming in a difficult position. They will agree. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Chapter 19:13. This time, in order for Xia Bingbao to carry out this mission, it could be said that as long as Yang Ming's request wasn't too outrageous or magical, he would find a way to satisfy it. Of course, Yang Ming really didn't trouble him, nor did he make any excessive requests. The only request was to let Xia Bingbao take care of his family and friends after he left. As long as you try your best, Lu Weishan said. These words, let's not talk about it in the study room. When we go out later, don't say it at the dinner table. As for your godmother, I will find an opportunity to talk to her slowly. I understand, Yang Ming responded. But for Qing Qing's side, you should talk to her personally. She should be back in a while. Lu Weishan suddenly said. Okay, I will talk to Sister Xiao Qing personally about this matter. Yang Ming originally planned to be frank with Xiao Qing. You still call her Sister Xiao Qing? Lu Weishan smiled slightly and looked at Yang Ming mischievously. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't understand his godfather's meaning, but when he saw Lu Weishan's half-smile, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Did godfather discover something? However, Yang Ming still forced himself to ask calmly, Godfather, what do you mean by that? Of course, I call her Sister Xiao Qing. Am I calling her God's sister? Big Ming, do you still want to hide it from me? Lu Weishan didn't answer Yang Ming's words, but asked instead. Hide it. I don't. Yang Ming's heart became more and more uneasy. Did Godfather really know something? Big Ming, I probably know about the matter between you and Qing Qing. I didn't say it before because you were still young, and Qing Qing was willing. I didn't want to care so much. Lu Weishan saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it, but he wasn't angry. He just waved his hand and said slowly, But now it seems that you are not young anymore. You can already serve the country. You are also a man with an indomitable spirit. You are a person with a sense of responsibility. I believe that you will be able to handle these matters well. So, as your godfather, and also Qing's godfather, I'm asking you from the perspective of an elder. You're about to carry out a mission. Shouldn't you also give Qing an explanation or a statement? When Yang Ming heard that Lu Weishan had already made things clear to this point, he knew that Lu Weishan had seen through his relationship with Xiao Qing. He suddenly blushed. Godfather, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I know. You guys feel that it wouldn't be good if news of us being sworn siblings got out, right? Lu Weishan waved his hand and asked. Yeah. Besides, you're the principal of the school. Yang Ming nodded. You guys, I'm not an old-fashioned person. What era is this? Don't talk about being sworn siblings. Even if we are sworn siblings, we can still get married. Lu Weishan shook his head and said, You guys are really thinking too much. At the beginning, I thought that you guys were embarrassed. After all, Qing had an incident before, so I was afraid that she didn't want to publicize her relationship with you this time. She just wanted to enjoy the sweetness of love in private. I didn't expect that Godfather actually knew about it. Yang Ming laughed a few times and said, In fact, when we are together, there are many kinds of scruples. There are scruples about my girlfriend, and there are also scruples about you. But I don't have any scruples about myself. As long as Qing is willing, I can announce to the world that she is my girlfriend or even wife. Oh, Yang Ming's statement made Lu Weishan stunned. He originally thought that it was because of Yang Ming. After all, Xiao Qing was much older than Yang Ming, so Xiao Qing would definitely consider Yang Ming's feelings and face. She wouldn't publicize this relationship, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Yang Ming actually didn't care. However, with Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan was completely relieved. At least, Yang Ming wouldn't easily let Xiao Qing down. So, Lu Weishan said, I'm very happy that you can say this. These are the matters of you young people. Then, I will leave it to you young people to deal with. I won't get involved. Hee, Godfather, you agreed? That's great. For a long time, Lu Weishan's attitude toward Yang Ming and Xiao Qing had been a worry for Yang Ming. He didn't dare to ask, and he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only be careful in front of Lu Weishan. But now, this worry seemed to be unnecessary. Right, Yang Ming, I heard from Qing that you want to find a Chinese medicine practitioner to treat Qing. Lu Weishan suddenly thought of something, so he asked. Indeed, I heard that there was a famous doctor who could cure Sister Xiao Qing. Ugh, that is, Qing's infertility, and he was very confident. As Yang Ming said this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought that with my current strength and ability, I could invite this famous doctor, but I didn't expect this famous doctor to disappear. However, Shun Yushi's matter let me know the whereabouts of the famous doctor, but his whereabouts are unknown. Oh, you mean Lin Dongfang, Miracle Dr. Lin? Lu Weishan was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he was looking for him. If you were looking for him, then you wouldn't be able to find him, Lu Weishan said. I knew it. Qing's illness. I also took her to Guan Xueming. Guan Xueming wasn't sure if he could cure it. Qing's heart was already dead at that time, and she didn't want to get married. Curing her infertility was also dispensable, so she didn't waste time trying to treat it. After all, she had to live in Guan Xueming's house, which would delay her work. I see. Yang Ming nodded. Even Professor Guan Xueming can't do anything about it. Only the missing miracle doctor can cure it. But this doesn't matter. If I can come back, it won't be too late to think of a way. If I can't come back, hee. Yang Ming said this and didn't continue. He believed that Lu Weishan could understand his meaning. Lu Weishan naturally understood Yang Ming's meaning. He nodded, stood up, and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Okay, let's go out. If we stay in the study room for too long, your godmother might suspect something. Okay, let's go out and see how their supper preparation is going. Yang Ming and Lu Weishan walked out of the study room together. They saw that Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia were still helping their godmother to prepare supper in the kitchen. They didn't notice the situation here, so they were relieved. Yang Ming and Lu Weishan came to the door of the kitchen together. Lu Weishan smiled and said, "Old woman, you don't have to be busy with so many dishes. It's enough." Chapter 1914. It's not much. 6 dishes and a soup. There are many people today. Qing Qing will come back later. We are a family. How can there be less dishes? Chu Huifang said with a smile. Well then, 6 dishes it is. Lu Weishan thought about it and agreed. Today, there were 7 people, including Xiao Qing. 6 dishes and a soup was really not much. Back in the living room, Yang Ming and Lu Weishan no longer discussed the previous topic. Instead, they talked about some of the things that happened in the school after Yang Ming left. There was no suspense about Lu Weishan taking over the position of the principal. As for Yang Ming, not only could he retain his student status, but he could also graduate smoothly on time. It was even possible to graduate early. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia could also graduate early. This wasn't Lu Weishan abusing his position for personal gain, but Xia Bingbao would definitely inform him. For a special person like Yang Ming who had made outstanding contributions to society, the school naturally had to take care of him and his family. Lu Weishan was Yang Ming's godfather. It was just a coincidence, so it was easier to talk to him. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't know. After you explain it like this, I feel that the power of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is not small. Lu Weishan listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but sigh. You can intervene in any case and have the power to investigate anything. Then, as the principal, am I not under your jurisdiction? Yang Ming smiled noncommittally. Godfather's words are not wrong. But even if there is a privilege, we will not use it indiscriminately. We will only intervene in those things that are more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? It's not easy for you to think and restrain yourself like this. Lu Weishan said with appreciation, there are not many young people like you who are not arrogant and impatient. With such power, it's really rare to be able to restrain yourself. Godfather, don't say that. In fact, I am also a layman. For example, today, Vice Principal Su deliberately found trouble with me. Didn't I use my privilege to solve this problem? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, wasn't he later investigated and laid off? If it wasn't for the strong intervention of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau behind me, I believe that this matter wouldn't have come to a conclusion so quickly. Vice Principal Su had been in the school for a long time. It was impossible that he didn't have a powerful background. Even the current principal of the school couldn't do anything to him. But now, with the involvement of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, all his background has become invalid. Those who speak for him are also afraid of implicating them. You're right about that, but this is also a reasonable use. You're not running amok. Lu Weishan waved his hand. Vice Principal Su himself has a problem. If he didn't have a problem, he wouldn't be afraid of being investigated like me, right? That's true. Yang Ming had to admit this. When Chu Huifang and Chen Mengyan were almost done cooking and most of the dishes had been served on the table, Xiao Qing returned home. Lu Weishan had already called her before and said that Yang Ming was here, so Xiao Qing didn't feel strange when she saw Yang Ming. She was just a little surprised when she saw that Yang Ming brought his 3 girlfriends. However, the 3 of them knew her. When they were at Sun Jie's resort villa in Donghai City, they also met each other. They were very familiar with each other, so she said, Mingyan, Yun, Jiejia, you are all here? And hello, Sister Xiao Qing. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia greeted Xiao Qing almost in unison. After all, they were Yang Ming's girlfriends, and Xiao Qing was also their sister. Yang Ming, you're really amazing. You brought 3 girlfriends here. Aren't you afraid of scaring Godfather and Godmother? Xiao Qing glanced at Yang Ming and asked with a smile, but she didn't mean to blame him at all. Ugh, Sister Xiao Qing, Godfather and Godmother weren't scared. Not only that, but they were also given money to change their address. Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh, really? Xiao Qing had some doubts this time. Is Godfather such an open-minded person? How can he accept that Yang Ming has 3 girlfriends all of a sudden? Yes, It must be that I mentioned this to Godfather before, so Godfather was already prepared in his heart. After a long time, he could accept it. Yeah, Sister Xiaoqing, do you also give them a red packet? Let them change their address to you and call you sister directly in the future? As Yang Ming said this, he winked at Xiaoqing. The meaning was self-evident. How could Xiaoqing not understand? She was slightly happy in her heart, but she said calmly, well, since Mom and Dad have given money to change their address, how can I, as the sister, not give it? As Xiaoqing said this, she took out a stack of money from her bag and divided it into 3 portions. She didn't count how much each portion was and handed it directly to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun. This, Chen Mingyan was a little hesitant. Today, I have received 3 portions of money to change my address. Isn't it a bit too much? Take it. Yang Ming smiled. Mingyan, you don't have to be polite with Sister Xiaoqing. Thank you, Sister Xiaoqing. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming and nodded. She accepted the money. When Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun saw that Chen Mingyan accepted the money, they also accepted the money and thanked her. In the future, when there is no one, just call me sister. Don't call me Sister Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing said with a smile. Okay, sister. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Chu Huifeng brought the last soup to the table. She looked at the few people in the living room and said, you guys hurry up and get ready to eat. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Mingyan, Yun, Jiejie, you guys quickly put away the money, then wash your hands and get ready to eat. Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan and the others responded and went to the bathroom to wash their hands. Xiaoqing went back to her room to change clothes, but Yang Ming followed her. In Lu Weishan's house, Yang Ming followed Xiaoqing, so it wouldn't cause Chen Mingyan and the others to be suspicious. They didn't think much about it. Why are you following me? Yeah, what are you doing? When Xiaoqing just entered the door, Yang Ming's hand had already climbed on her shoulder. Xiaoqing was shocked. The door of the room wasn't closed yet, and Yang Ming was so bold. What if he was seen by others? She was so scared that she quickly closed the door. She glared at Yang Ming and said, aren't you afraid of being seen by others? What do you want to do today? Mingyan and the others went to wash their hands. They can't see. Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. Chapter 19:15. Can't see? They can't see it, but Dad is still in the living room. What will he think if he sees it? Why are you so anxious? How many days have you not seen each other? Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming still had such a calm attitude, and she was a little anxious. If he sees it, then he sees it. In fact, it's nothing. Yang Ming said with a smile. What do you mean it's nothing? How can you be like this? What will Dad think after he sees our matter? Can you not let him worry? Xiaoqing was a little anxious suddenly. Qing. In fact, Godfather has already seen the relationship between the two of us, but he has been hindered by our thoughts before, so he didn't tell us. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Before you came back, Godfather had already talked to me about the matter between you and me. Are you serious? Why don't I believe it? Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe it. After all, this matter was a bit strange. In her opinion, on the one hand, the matter between her and Yang Ming was relatively hidden. How did Godfather know? Even Chen Mingyan and the others didn't notice it. How did Godfather know about it? On the other hand, if Godfather knew about this matter, why would he wait until now to say it? And he only told it to Yang Ming alone? He should have called her and Yang Ming together and flown into a rage, shouldn't he? Of course it's true. When did I lie to you? Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing didn't believe it, so he could only explain with a bitter smile. This is hard to say. You often lie to me. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming. I still don't believe it. You go out first. I want to change my clothes. What's wrong with changing clothes? I just want to take a look. Yang Ming said with a thick face. What do you think? Even if Dad knows our relationship, what about Chen Mingyan? What about Lin Jiyun? It doesn't matter to Zhou Jiejie. Speaking of Zhou Jiejie, Xiaoqing suddenly blushed a little. It really made Xiaoqing very shy to let her see her, and Yang Ming doing that kind of thing in the office. Fortunately, Zhou Jieji never mentioned this matter again. The relationship between the two people was very harmonious, which made Xiao Qing relieved. When Yang Ming heard Xiao Qing talk about Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, he suddenly felt discouraged. Yes, even if Godfather and Zhou Jieji know about me and Xiao Qing, they don't know. When she sees me walking out of the room with Xiao Qing, who has changed into home clothes, it's hard to guarantee that she won't have any thoughts. How do you ask? Ask in front of Chen Mingyan? Xiao Qing said angrily. Okay, hurry up and go out. Don't dawdle. Xiao Qing didn't avoid Yang Ming. She took off her top in front of Yang Ming and only wore a bra. This made Yang Ming feel a little envious. Seeing Yang Ming looking at her, Xiao Qing was even more helpless. Don't you care about Meng Yin and the others? If you don't care, I don't care. You continue to look here. As Xiao Qing said this, she directly unbuttoned her bra. Yang Ming's eyes couldn't leave. However, Yang Ming was also a person with strong self-control. He laughed and quickly left Xiao Qing's room. In the end, he helped Xiao Qing close the door. After leaving Xiao Qing's room, he came to the living room. He saw that Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji had already washed their hands. They were helping Chu Huifang to put the dishes and chopsticks. Seeing that Yang Ming came out alone without Xiao Qing behind him, Chen Mingyan asked curiously, Yang Ming, where's sister? She wanted to change her clothes, so I came out first. Yang Ming said naturally. Oh, then you and Godfather sit first. We'll be done soon, Chen Mingyan said. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't have any doubts, his heart was relieved. If he told the truth, Chen Mingyan wouldn't have any thoughts. If he hid it, then Chen Mingyan would be suspicious. When Xiao Qing changed her clothes, it was normal for Yang Ming to come over first. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming, but he didn't say anything. During the meal, the atmosphere of the family was happy. Yang Ming didn't mention the mission 3 days later. Although Chen Mingyan had some doubts, since Yang Ming didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Or, in her guess, it should be that when she was helping Godmother to cook, Yang Ming had already told Lu Weishan that he was going to perform a mission. As for Godmother, she was waiting for Godfather to inform her. Chen Mingyan's thoughts were really close to the mark. If Yang Ming knew, he would probably secretly praise Chen Mingyan's cleverness. Come, Mingyan, try Godmother's cooking. This mushroom with cabbage is Godmother's specialty. Chu Huifang was very proud to show off her culinary skills. Yang Ming was like this when he first came, but she was familiar with Yang Ming. She was used to it, so there was no way to show it again. But Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jieji were eating here for the first time, so Chu Huifang would naturally show it again. Okay, Godmother, Chen Mingyan responded sweetly. Then she put a piece of cabbage in the bowl and ate it slowly. Then she praised it's delicious. It's better than the restaurants. Ha, that's right. How can those restaurants compare to our homemade food? Chu Huifang was very happy after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. Jiyun, Jieji, you should also try this dry fried beans and tofu. See what's the difference between it and the ones outside? Okay, Godmother, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji also picked up their chopsticks and tasted it. As for Chen Mingyan, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, although Chen Mingyan gave in to them and showed that the three of them had an equal relationship, in fact, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jieji were still led by Chen Mingyan. Chu Huifang let Chen Mingyan taste the dishes first. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Chu Huifang letting Chen Mingyan taste the dishes first. The two of them ate a few mouthfuls of the dishes on the table. Lin Jiyun also praised, Godmother's culinary skills are much better than mine. Yeah, my family is in the hotel business. It's better than a restaurant chef. Zhou Jieji also praised. In the praise, Chu Huifang's vanity was greatly satisfied. Lu Weishan, Yang Ming, and Xiao Qing also knew her character, so they didn't speak. They waited for Chen Mingyan and the others to finish praising, then they began to talk about some trivial things. Chapter 1916. After the meal, Yang Ming and the three women were ready to leave, but Lu Weishan said, "Big Ming, after you send Ming Yin and the others back, can you come back and stay here at night?" This. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Weishan to ask him to stay here. However, Chen Mingyan didn't feel anything. In this way, she felt that Yang Ming should have told Lu Weishan that he was going to perform a mission. Lu Weishan naturally knew that Yang Ming might not come back for a long time, so he asked him to stay and accompany the two elders. After all, Lu Weishan was already more than 60 years old this year. If Yang Ming didn't come back for 10 or 20 years, then it was hard to say whether Lu Weishan could still see Yang Ming. Therefore, although Chen Mingyan was reluctant, she also wanted to be close to Yang Ming at night. But she thought that she was only 19 years old, and Lu Weishan was more than 60 years old. Even if Yang Ming didn't come back for 20 years, she was only 39 years old. To put it bluntly, it was hard to say whether Lu Weishan could live to that age. "Yang Ming, we can drive back by ourselves. It's just opposite the school. It's very close. You don't have to send us back." After thinking about this, Chen Mingyan smiled and said to Yang Ming, "You should stay here and accompany Godfather and Godmother." "This okay?" Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at Lu Weishan. When he saw the smile in Lu Weishan's eyes, his heart suddenly moved. Could it be that Godfather let me stay because of Xiaoqing? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming's heart beat faster. "Then that's it. Jiyun, Jiajia, and I will go back first. See you tomorrow?" Chen Mingyan was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so she pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiajia out of the room and went downstairs. "Be careful. Call me when you get home," Yang Ming said. "Don't worry, it's very close." Chen Mingyan was telling the truth. This was the school's residential area, and there were 24-hour security guards. There wouldn't be any problems at all. As for the Huashang district, it was directly facing the school gate. It was only a 5-minute drive away. There were also security guards in the community, so there wouldn't be any problems. After Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jida left, Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Lu Weishan spoke first. "Big Ming, are you and Qing Qing staying here or going to Qing Qing's apartment?" Although Lu Weishan had already told Yang Ming about him and Xiaoqing, at this moment, in front of Chu Huifang and Xiaoqing, it still made Yang Ming somewhat embarrassed. As for Xiaoqing, she also widened her eyes. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at Lu Weishan inconceivably. After a while, she said, "Dad, what did you say?" Xiaoqing didn't believe what Yang Ming said before. She thought that Yang Ming was just joking and didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, when she heard Lu Weishan say it, Xiaoqing knew that Yang Ming didn't lie to her before, but Lu Weishan really knew about her and Yang Ming. Chu Huifang obviously knew about this matter long ago, so she wasn't surprised at this time. "Big Ming has something to tell you. Let him tell you himself." Lu Weishan waved his hand and didn't explain so much. Instead, he said, "I also have something to tell your godmother. We will go back to the room first. You can decide whether you want to stay here or go out." As Lu Weishan said this, he took Chu Huifang to the bedroom. Only Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were left in the living room. Dad really knew? Xiaoqing stared at Yang Ming with hatred. Her face was as red as a big apple. "Yeah, I guess it may be that we were careless and let him see some clues," Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. "But Qing Qing, you don't have to be embarrassed. Godfather means that he agrees with us being together. He is an open-minded person. Of course, I know this. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't say this." Xiaoqing stomped her feet angrily like a little girl who was caught in love by her parents. "But how embarrassed am I? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. It's really because of you. Why didn't you remind me in advance? I have something to remind you first. Just now, when you were changing clothes, but you didn't take it seriously. You can't blame me for this, right?" Yang Ming shrugged and said, "You." Xiaoqing was even more annoyed. Yang Ming did tell her, but who knew that what he said was true? Didn't Godfather go back to the room? Maybe he was afraid that we would be embarrassed, so he deliberately left some space for us. Yang Ming said, "Let's go, Qing Qing. I really have something to tell you." Let's not talk about it in the living room. Where are we going? Xiaoqing was also somewhat helpless. Since things had come to this point, she could only accept it. Fortunately, Lu Weishan didn't blame them. Instead, he had a supportive attitude, which made Xiaoqing's heart feel more comfortable. Let's go to your apartment. There are some words that are inconvenient to say here. Yang Ming lowered his voice and whispered to Xiaoqing. What words? Inconvenient? Oomph. Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. Apparently, she misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about the sound of two people making love. Naturally, she was too embarrassed. You will know when we go there. Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing's appearance and knew that she had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it because it wouldn't be clear if he explained it here. It was better to go to Xiaoqing's place and talk about it slowly. After all, Yang Ming was ready to tell the truth to Xiaoqing. If he said it here, it wouldn't be good if Chu Huifang heard it. Lu Weishan must have told her another version. Xiaoqing was pushed out of the door by Yang Ming half-heartedly. They went downstairs and went to Xiaoqing's own small apartment. When they returned to Xiaoqing's small apartment, the two people didn't need to talk too much. They hugged each other. When Xiaoqing went upstairs, she was reluctant, but when the door was closed, the flame of passion was ignited in an instant. Lu Weishan's approval made Xiaoqing's heart no longer have any burden. As for whether she could be approved by Chen Mingyan, Xiaoqing felt that it wasn't important. There was nothing wrong with being Yang Ming's lover. But if Lu Weishan didn't approve, Xiaoqing would be a bit embarrassed. Because for Xiaoqing, there were four most important people in this life. The first two were her godfather, Lu Weishan, and her godmother, Chu Huifang. Xiaoqing cared about their feelings very much. She couldn't bear to let them be sad and disappointed. The third person was Yang Ming, who could be said to be the love of Xiaoqing's life. The fourth person was her good friend, Sun Jie. Sun Jie was going to be with her and Yang Ming. Xiaoqing didn't have any burden in her heart at this point. Chapter 1917. Now that both godfather and godmother agreed, Xiaoqing was naturally very happy. This day could be said to be one of the happiest days in her life. So, Xiaoqing was also very excited. She rarely took the initiative when she was with Yang Ming. When the two were completely quiet, Xiaoqing said with some blame, "Tell me, how did Dad find out about our relationship?" I don't know." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "But Qing, let's talk first." Talk. Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. Previously, Yang Ming said that he had something to say to her and wanted to go to her apartment. It was not convenient to say it in Lu Weishan's house. Xiaoqing thought that Yang Ming was referring to what they did just now, but Yang Ming mentioned it again, which made Xiaoqing somewhat puzzled. "What do you want to talk about? Do you really have something to say?" Qing, I naturally have something to say to you. Otherwise, what do you think?" Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing and said with a smile, "What can I think?" Xiaoqing suddenly felt that she was more like a little girl in front of Yang Ming. She didn't speak as naturally as before. It was as if Yang Ming was the elder brother and she was the younger sister. "Your thoughts are not pure. How would I know what you think?" Yang Ming made a joke. "I didn't. Let's not talk about this. You said that you have something to tell me?" Xiaoqing changed the topic. She didn't want to continue on this topic because this topic was very embarrassing. Xiaoqing felt that her face was a little hot. "And I do have something to say." Yang Ming nodded and restored his expression. Qing, I was at school today. You heard what I said to Vice Principal Su, right? What I want to say is this. You mean the matter of you being a military person? Xiaoqing said until here. She snorted and said, "You were still hiding it from me. Why didn't you tell me before?" "Sister Xiaoqing, this matter used to be confidential because I am not an ordinary military person. My real identity is an agent." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "My first military ID is just a cover for my identity. It is used for outsiders to see. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID is my real identity." "Ah, that is an agent's ID?" Xiaoqing widened her eyes in surprise. She never thought that Yang Ming was actually an agent. In that case, it was reasonable for Yang Ming to hide his identity because the identity of an agent couldn't be easily shown to others. After all, it involved in some confidential things. Xiaoqing also understood. In that case, why did you take this ID today? Is it just to deter Vice Principal Su? You know that if you want to deter him, a military ID is... Even if I don't take it out, my superiors will inform the school. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Because this time I have to say it. 3 days later, I will embark on a journey to Yunnan to perform a special mission. You haven't performed a mission before? Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. I have done it before, but this time is different. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. So before I leave, I will tell you all these things. Do you mean that the mission this time is very dangerous? Xiaoqing widened her eyes and thought of a terrible possibility. Compared to the previous one, there's naturally some danger, but it is not very dangerous. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a smile. Yang Ming, you lied to me. Xiaoqing shook her head. You didn't lie to me before. You even told me about your special abilities. How did you learn a lie now? Xiaoqing stared at Yang Ming and said word by word. Qing. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Xiaoqing. Well, I admit, it is very dangerous. How dangerous is it? Xiaoqing asked with a serious expression. This, I can't say because I don't know the specifics. I don't even know the direction and execution of the mission. I need to explore it. Yang Ming said. Only the unknown is the most terrible. Yeah, the unknown is the most terrible, but I don't understand. Why do you have to go? Can't others go? You're just a first-year student. What's going on in your head's mind? Why are you sent to perform this kind of mission? Xiaoqing frowned. Is it to let you experience it? I am the leader. After Yang Ming listened to Xiaoqing's words, he couldn't help but explain with a bitter smile. It is because of my special ability that I became the trump card of our special task force. And my skill is also top-notch, so I was chosen to perform this mission. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming and suddenly found that she didn't know him. Is this still the Yang Ming that I used to know very well? Why do I seem to not understand him? He still has so many things that I don't know. When did he become an agent? When did he start to perform some dangerous missions? Yang Ming, you have changed a lot during this time. I don't understand you anymore. Xiaoqing sighed faintly and looked at Yang Ming and said, Qing, no matter how much I have changed, my feelings for you are still real. It's just that I didn't say these things before. On the one hand, it was to keep it a secret. On the other hand, I was afraid that you would be worried about me, because I can deal with the previous missions, and I am confident that I can complete them successfully. Yang Ming said, only this time, I don't have much confidence, so I am being honest with you. I can also give you an explanation before I leave. Well, Yang Ming, I believe what you said is true. Xiaoqing nodded. This time, I also know that since you decided to say it, you are not sure that you can come back. You're saying goodbye to us, right? Qing, how can you not believe me? Although the mission is very dangerous, I am also very powerful, okay? My luck is also super good. Yang Ming said, if this isn't a web novel, then I am the protagonist. There's a famous web author who contacted me a while ago to write a novel about my experience. If I can't come back, what is he going to write? Xiaoqing laughed out loud. You are still the protagonist? Write a novel? Does that mean that he will write 8 or 10 wives for you? How can 8 or 10 wives be enough? I have already agreed with the author that I have to write at least 15 wives. Yang Ming said with a smile. Then, is there Xiao Jianmi? Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming and asked snappily. Chapter 1918. Of course there will be. How can there not be you? Yang Ming said. Not only will there be you, but you will also be written as the first wife. You're just kidding me. Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe it. But this matter, did you tell Chen Mingyan and the others? No, I only told my godfather, Chen Mingyan. I just said that I have to perform a more complicated task. The shortest is 1.5 years, and the longest is 10 or 20 years. They don't know that this task is dangerous. They just think that this task is a protracted battle. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "They are still too young. They can't bear it. I'm afraid that telling them will hurt them." "That's true. If you say so, what will they do in the future? They will definitely live in fear every day. Even if they don't worry about you all the time, they will be depressed." Xiao Qing nodded and said, "The most important thing is that after you say it, they will do whatever it takes to keep you here. They won't let you go." "That's right," Yang Ming said, "but these things have to be told to them sooner or later. It's a matter of sooner or later." "Do Xiao Jie and Zhaoying know about this?" Xiao Qing asked suddenly. "Ying knows, but I haven't told Xiao Jie yet. I'm going to tell her tomorrow," Yang Ming said. "Don't wait until tomorrow. Let's do it tonight." Xiao Qing shook her head. "Xiao Jie has classes tomorrow. She returned to Songjiang City tonight. I will call her and ask her to come over." "That is fine too." Yang Ming thought that the relationship between Xiao Qing and Sun Jie was very close. If he called Sun Jie, it wouldn't affect him and Xiao Qing. He didn't know if there were other things tomorrow, so Yang Ming agreed. After Xiao Qing got Yang Ming's approval, she called Sun Jie. Sun Jie was indeed in Songjiang City, as Xiao Qing guessed, but she had fallen asleep at the moment. When she received Xiao Qing's call, she complained in a daze. Qing, what are you doing? Why are you calling me so late? You're already asleep? Can you come to my place?" Xiao Qing didn't expect Sun Jie to sleep so early, but when she glanced at the time on the phone, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Previously, when she was entangled with Yang Ming, she forgot the time. When she came back from Lu Weishan's place, it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Now, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Sun Jie was naturally asleep, so there was nothing strange about it. "Go to your place? What for?" Sun Jie asked with some doubts. "Yang Ming is with me. I have something to tell you," Xiao Qing said. "Yang Ming? At your place?" Sun Jie was slightly stunned, but she instantly thought of a possibility. "He is with you. Why are you still looking for me?" "I'm not going. I'm too tired. There's a traffic jam on the highway today. My body is about to fall apart. I can't take it anymore." Xiao Qing heard Sun Jie's words and suddenly blushed. It seemed that Sun Jie had misunderstood my meaning. She thought that I called her to do something with Yang Ming. It seemed that Sun Jie and I had the same initial idea. It was all a misunderstanding. Okay. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Thank you for your kindness. Call me next time. I really can't do it today. I can't drive the car." Sun Jie said tiredly. "I'm hanging up." "Wait, don't hang up." Xiao Qing was a little anxious and said quickly, "D." However, there were a few called disconnected prompts on the phone in Xiao Qing's hand. Sun Jie had obviously hung up the phone. Xiao Qing couldn't help it. She could only call again, but after 2 rings, it was cut off by Sun Jie. Xiao Qing had to call again, but this time there was a power-off prompt. This Sun Jie. Xiao Qing shook her head helplessly. She actually hung up the phone directly, without waiting for me to finish speaking. "What should we do?" Yang Ming also asked with a bitter smile. After all, as Xiao Qing said, there might be other things tomorrow. Yang Ming didn't know if there would be a chance to meet Sun Jie. "Let's go over." Xiao Qing had no other way. "Let's go to her apartment to find her." "That's the only way." Yang Ming nodded. "But my car was driven back by Meng Yan. Do you have a car?" "I drive my dad's car, but it's too late today. I can't go back to get the key." Xiao Qing shook her head. "I'll call the driver to come over." Although Yang Ming didn't want to trouble little Wang, there was still a long distance between the school's family area and the school gate. He could only stop a taxi there. There were no taxis here. After receiving Yang Ming's call, little Wang happily agreed. This made Yang Ming relieved. Yang Ming didn't want his men to complain, but now it seemed that little Wang was still very willing to serve him. It was not far from where little Wang lived. Because it was convenient for Yang Ming to use the car, the Mingyang Entertainment Group gave little Wang a house nearby. Although the property of the house was still owned by the company, it was to let little Wang and his girlfriend live for free after the renovation. That was to say, as long as he was still Yang Ming's driver, he would not move out of this house. In fact, Yang Ming used little Wang very well, and he didn't intend to fire him. Even if he left, Yang Ming didn't intend to fire Little Wang after he went to Yunnan. At that time, Little Wang could still be the driver for Jing Xiaolu and her father. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing got in the car together. Little Wang knew Xiao Qing and knew that Xiao Qing was Yang Ming's godsister. But even if he didn't know her, he wouldn't say anything. Little Wang was not a talkative person. Little Wang didn't ask about Yang Ming's private life. This was also the reason why Yang Ming liked to use Little Wang. Although Yang Ming usually didn't do anything out of line in front of Little Wang, he would take different girls in the car. Little Wang obviously pretended not to see it. He didn't even have a surprised expression. Yang Ming told Little Wang the address of Sun Jie's apartment. Little Wang nodded, started the car, and drove quickly to Sun Jie's apartment. When they arrived at the door of Sun Jie's apartment, Yang Ming asked Little Wang to leave. After all, Sun Jie also had a car, and more than one. She didn't need Little Wang's car tomorrow morning. However, Little Wang still asked before leaving, "Brother Yang, when do you need me to pick you up?" "No need. I will drive back by myself tomorrow." Yang Ming waved his hand. "If I need you, I will contact you again." "That's fine. I will always have my phone turned on. You can call me at any time." Little Wang nodded and said. Chapter 1919. After Little Wang left, Yang Ming took Xiao Qing's hand. Although he was about to leave, Xiao Qing was still his godsister in front of outsiders. Yang Ming couldn't be very intimate directly. These things had to be done little by little to be accepted. When they came to the door of Sun Jie's room, Xiao Qing rang the doorbell. Sun Jie had just fallen asleep when she heard the sound of the doorbell. She couldn't help but be annoyed. Who was knocking at the door in the middle of the night? I finally returned to Songjiang City to stay for a night, and someone came to the door? Could it be that the people from the property company are asking for the fee? It's impossible. The house I live in is developed by my company. Although the property company is contracted to the Ming Yang Company, the property manager also knows that I have a close relationship with Yang Ming. Even if they are looking for me, there is no reason to knock at the door in the middle of the night. Although Sun Jie didn't want to get up, the doorbell kept ringing. Sun Jie really had no choice. She could only put on her pajamas and go to the door of the room. She looked out from the peephole and asked, "Who is it?" "Xiao Jie, it's me." "Open the door," said Xiao Qing. "Ah, Qing." Sun Jie heard the sound outside the door and couldn't help but be stunned. She looked carefully. It was really Xiao Qing and Yang Ming. They were standing at the door. Sun Jie was really a little helpless. Why did they come after I rejected them? Logically, with Xiao Qing's character, she wouldn't agree with the three of them having sex together. Although there had been such a situation, it was also under the cooperation of Yang Ming and me. Why is Xiao Qing so proactive today? But although she was puzzled, Sun Jie still opened the door. They were already here. She couldn't stop them from coming in, right? "Why did you really come? I have already fallen asleep." Sun Jie rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained in a daze. Because the people who came were Yang Ming and Xiao Qing. They weren't outsiders, so Sun Jie was too lazy to wear her pajamas. Her huge chest was directly exposed to the air, and she didn't cover it. Xiao Qing saw Sun Jie's appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. "You wear this at home? Aren't you shy? Why should I pretend to be pure in front of you?" Sun Jie didn't care at all. "Even if you put it on, don't you have to take it off later? Rather than go through so much trouble, it's better not to wear it." "Hee, that's true." Yang Ming nodded and agreed. "I say, the two of you didn't come here in the middle of the night just to do that to me, right? You guys are really addicted." Sun Jie sat back on the bed helplessly and stretched. "I'm so sleepy." "Xiao Jie, you misunderstood. We were looking for you for something." Xiao Qing was a little dumbfounded. "Otherwise, why do you think the two of us would team up to look for you? Is there really something?" Sun Jie looked at Xiao Qing in disbelief. "It's so late. What's the matter? Can't we talk tomorrow?" "This matter is very important. I think it is better to let you know as soon as possible." Xiao Qing nodded and said very solemnly. Sun Jie saw that Xiao Qing's expression was very serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all. She believed most of it. What the hell happened? You put on your clothes first. Your chest is making me a little dizzy. Xiao Qing looked at Sun Jie's naked body and reprimanded her with some embarrassment. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Who hasn't seen it before? Sun Jie snorted. I don't want to wear it. It's so troublesome. I'm under the quilt, and you can't see it. As Sun Jie said this, she pulled a quilt and covered her body. Qing, let's lie on the bed and talk. I'm also very tired. Let's not stand. Yang Ming was a little tempted before. When he saw Sun Jie get into the quilt, he was a little unwilling, so he shamelessly suggested, Yang Ming, we're talking about serious business. Can't you be more serious? When you were talking to me just now, you didn't mess up. Xiao Qing glared at Yang Ming, but she ignored the fact that when Yang Ming told her that, it was after the end, not in the current situation. Yang Ming ignored Xiao Qing's words. He took off his clothes directly, went to Sun Jie's bed, opened her quilt, got in directly, and hugged Sun Jie from behind. Sun Jie didn't resist. Instead, she enjoyed this feeling. Her face couldn't help but blush. Xiao Qing really wanted to scold Sun Jie. What time is it? Why are you still being coquettish? However, she couldn't scold her. She also knew that this was Sun Jie's normal reaction. She sighed and said, why don't you two talk first? I'll go to the bathroom for a while. Qing, you come too. I'm a little tired now. I don't want to do anything. Don't you have something to tell me? Let's talk about it first. Sun Jie felt that Yang Ming didn't continue to do bad things. He just hugged her quietly, so she spoke to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing hesitated. She wanted to refuse because she felt that it was ridiculous for her and Sun Jie to take off their clothes and hug Yang Ming together. However, when she thought that Yang Ming would leave in 3 days, no, it should be 2 days later, Xiao Qing's heart softened. Okay, I'll change into my pajamas. Xiao Qing nodded and said. Sun Jie also had Xiao Qing's pajamas, but even if there weren't, Sun Jie had a lot of pajamas. With the initial relationship between Xiao Qing and Sun Jie, there was nothing wrong with the two of them wearing pajamas together. No one would dislike the other, and now it was even more so. What are you changing for? Little Jie is right. Who hasn't seen each other? Just come up directly. Yang Ming saw that Xiao Qing was going to change into her pajamas, so he also spoke. Xiao Qing gritted her teeth and finally agreed. However, she went to bed after turning off the lights in the room. Okay, Qing, Yang Ming, what do you want to tell me? At this moment, Sun Jie also felt that the two people must have something to say to her, so she asked, let Yang Ming tell you personally. Xiao Qing pushed Yang Ming and said, all right, I'll say it myself. Yang Ming felt that it was better to say these things personally, so he also told Sun Jie what he said to Xiao Qing before. Sun Jie was also a mature woman, and she had experienced many dangers, so she wouldn't be very reluctant to accept what Yang Ming was about to do. However, after Yang Ming finished speaking, Sun Jie was still shocked, but she didn't ask Yang Ming if he couldn't go. With Sun Jie's cleverness, she wouldn't have thought that this question must have been asked by Xiao Qing. Since Xiao Qing had asked and brought Yang Ming to talk to her about this matter, it meant that this matter was definitely finalized and couldn't be changed, so Sun Jie didn't ask so much. Chapter 1920. Be careful. Qing, and I will wait for you to come back and continue to have a threesome. Sun Jie hesitated for a while before she said a very bold sentence. While Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded, the atmosphere of the whole room suddenly became lively again. Although Xiao Qing was also speechless about Sun Jie's bold behavior, Sun Jie's words were actually an expression of her love for Yang Ming. So Xiao Qing didn't say too much. She just said shyly, you don't know how to behave properly? What are you talking about? In fact, Xiao Jie is right. I think so too. With her words, I have to come back no matter what. Yang Ming smiled. See? Am I the one who understands Yang Ming? Sun Jie said with some pride. Okay. You understand him, okay? Xiao Qing had no choice but to nod and admit it. Of course. Sun Jie was also not sleepy because of Yang Ming and Xiao Qing. Yang Ming was going to leave. How could she sleep? She smiled slyly and said, "Ching ching, why don't we let Yang Ming have an unforgettable night? Then he won't dare to not come back." How is it unforgettable? Xiao Qing naturally knew what Sun Jie's words meant, but she asked with a hum. This night, Yang Ming was destined to be unforgettable. Indeed, he had an unforgettable night. Early the next morning, Sun Jie drove Yang Ming to the entrance of the Huashang district, and then she drove Xiao Qing directly to school. Although it was a busy night, Sun Jie and Xiao Qing were willing. After all, this was the last night that Yang Ming spent with them. After 2 days, Yang Ming would leave. It was uncertain when he would come back. Now, only Huang Lele and Su Yao were left, but Yang Ming didn't intend to tell them so much. After all, they were far away from him. It was not very convenient to communicate with them on the phone. Yang Ming just said that he was going to perform a mission. It was uncertain when he would come back. For specific information, he let Huang Lele contact Wang Mei or Zhang Bin. Suya could contact Chen Mingyan. Suya and Chen Mingyan often communicated through QQ. Now, she and Lin Jiyun were very familiar with each other. As for Zhou Jiajia, needless to say, they were junior high school classmates and enemies. Unexpectedly, they became close friends now. On this day, Yang Ming didn't go anywhere else but stayed at home with Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia. All 3 of them wanted to give Yang Ming a child before Yang Ming left. Yang Ming was naturally busy. However, it was Zhou Jiajia's first time. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun naturally avoided it, letting Zhou Jiajia have an unforgettable first time. Between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiajia, in fact, except for the last relationship, there was no difference between them and Chen Mingyan and the others. Zhou Jiajia had already been prepared to give her body, so there was no knot in her heart except for expectation for this matter. Being able to give her body to Yang Ming before Yang Ming left was also Zhou Jiajia's wish, so Zhou Jiajia was very happy. Yang Ming, I have finally waited for this day. I am so happy. Zhou Jiajia's face was filled with a happy smile. Indeed, she had liked Yang Ming since junior high school. Until now, she finally had a positive result. In the middle of this, Zhou Jiajia knew how difficult it was. Yang Ming was also clear. It was very difficult for the 2 of them to be together. Hee, Jiajia, do you really plan to never change your mind? I'm afraid that after I leave, you will regret it. Yang Ming was not anxious, but he chatted with Zhou Jiajia. Of course not. Zhou Jiajia frowned and was a little unhappy. I can even die for you. How can I regret it? I have never regretted it. Well, I was wrong. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and apologized. Jiajia in my life, it is already a great blessing to have you, Mingyan and Jiyun. I didn't expect that all of you would treat me like this. I am really flattered. What about Xia? Zhou Jiajia said. Why did you leave her behind? Or you deliberately didn't say it? Ugh, I didn't mean to not say it. Yang Ming sweated. He was usually used to putting Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia together. The other girlfriends were also put together by a few people to avoid spilling the beans. However, Zhou Jiajia found a flaw. What about Sister Xiao Qing? Zhou Jiajia continued to ask. Ugh. Yang Ming remembered that Zhou Jiajia knew about Xiao Qing's matter. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. What about Jing Xiaolu? Zhou Jiajia asked again. Jiajia, you know Xiaolu? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Zhou Jiajia to know about Jing Xiaolu. I felt it myself. Zhou Jiajia smiled. You are really related. Otherwise, why did you let her manage the Ming Yang company? Ugh. Yang Ming laughed twice. I know that I can't tell Sister Ming Yin, but I feel sorry for her. It's really a little distressing. Zhou Jiajia sighed. Yang Ming, if you come back safely this time, can you confess to Sister Ming Yin about their relationship? Okay, this is for sure. I promise you. In fact, Yang Ming also intended to say these things because Yang Ming's ultimate goal was to settle down in Exile. At that time, all his women would be exposed, but before that, he must be honest. In this way, I can also feel less burdened in my heart. Zhou Jia nodded. Then let's start? Okay. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded. He wasn't in a hurry because it was Jia's first time. He had to make her feel better. Although the time was a little short, Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun could also understand. Wait, I have to call Suya first. Jia suddenly found her phone on the bedside table and said firmly, before doing this, I have to talk to Suya. This is also a form of respect for her. It's not necessary, right? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to listen to Jia and Suya on the phone. Of course, I have to use it. Jia nodded affirmatively. Well, you make the call first. I will go out and walk around. Call me when you're done with the call. Yang Ming was really embarrassed to listen to Jia and Suya on the phone. It would make him very embarrassed. Although Yang Ming's face was very thick, it was better for Yang Ming to not listen to the conversation between girls. Okay, then I will call you when I'm done with the call. It will be quick. Jia nodded and said. Chapter 1921. Yang Ming got up and went out of the bedroom. Fortunately, he hadn't taken off his pajamas. Otherwise, he could only run naked at home. Although the women living here were all his women, there was no need to avoid anything. However, Chen Mingyan would definitely laugh at him if she saw it. After Jia waited for Yang Ming to go out, she quickly got up from the bed. Then, she took out a small digital video camera from the cabinet and placed it on the cabinet in front of the bed. After setting the video parameters and adjusting the angle, Jia used her mobile phone to call Suya. Suya had just finished a promotion. At the moment, she was resting in the break when she heard the phone ring. She didn't want to answer, but the assistant, Sister Sue, took the phone and said, Miss Shu, it's Miss Jia calling. Oh, give it to me. Hearing that it was Jia calling, Suya naturally would not answer. Recently, she and Jia had already resolved the previous misunderstanding. The two of them were very close. They often called to talk about some private things. Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were also together. Although the four of them weren't together, they often chatted on the internet. Suya was very happy. She enjoyed this kind of life. There were 3 considerate sisters and a common lover. Suya couldn't be by Yang Ming's side to take care of her, but there were Chen Mingyin and the other 2 to do it for her. It also made Suya have no psychological burden. Otherwise, even if Suya was reluctant to lose her current job, she would quit the entertainment industry and be with Yang Ming peacefully. The assistant, Sister Sue, knew that Shuya didn't like to be disturbed when she was answering a private call, so after giving the phone to Shuya, she turned and left the break room. Suya picked up the phone. Jia, why did you suddenly call me? Suya, I have to do something in a while. Can you guess what it is? Jia and Suya were familiar with each other, so she naturally spoke casually. Do something? Suya was slightly stunned, but then she understood something. Are you going to have sex with Yang Ming? And Jia responded with a blush. You dead girl. Are you deliberately angering me? Although Suya said this, she wasn't really angry because she had accepted Jia and her identity. So, between her and Yang Ming, sooner or later, there would be such a day. What was Suya still angry about? In Suya and Jia nodded. Hee. Then you should do it quickly. I agree. Otherwise, Yang Ming will come and beat me. Suya laughed. You are making fun of me. Jia blushed even more. I'm not making fun of you. Well, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I won't talk to you anymore. You enjoy your first time. Tell me how it feels later so that I can be mentally prepared. Suya smiled. You are so annoying. Jia was embarrassed, but she still said, I will tell you. The two laughed for a while before hanging up the phone. Suya shook her head. The more she interacted with Jia, the more she felt that she was cute. She wasn't as annoying as she was in her impression. She was like a completely different person, so Suya also sincerely accepted her. Jia could feel that Suya didn't have any resistance or negative emotions. She was relieved. If Suya was really unwilling, then Zhou Jieja would definitely consider Suya's emotions and put this matter aside. Although there would be some regrets, Zhou Jieja didn't want to do this with Yang Ming before Suya fully forgave and accepted her. But now it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. Zhou Jieja called Yang Ming and hung up quickly. She believed that Yang Ming should be able to understand what she meant. After Yang Ming went out of the room, he saw Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun watching TV in the living room. But when they saw Yang Ming come out, they were a little puzzled. Yang Ming, why did you come out? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Did it end so soon? Ugh, whether it was fast or not, you still don't know. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It hasn't started yet. Fuck, how would we know? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Isn't that right, Sister Lin? Oh, in that case, no one will remember the time. Lin Jiyun said weakly. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming didn't expect Lin Jiyun to answer like this. They couldn't help but be amused. It made Lin Jiyun blush. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Jiyun bowed her head shyly. Well, don't tease, Sister Lin. Since you haven't started, why did you come out? Chen Mingyan was even more baffled. Could it be that Jieja isn't ready in her heart? That's not it. She is ready. She just wants to call Suya first, said Yang Ming. So it's like this. Chen Mingyan also understood Zhou Jieja's approach. After all, she and Suya had conflicts in the past. Suya was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, even more official than herself. Zhou Jieja would inevitably care about her feelings, so it was reasonable to call in advance. However, in Chen Mingyan's view, Suya wouldn't make things difficult for Zhou Jieja, because the relationship between the four of them was very good, really good. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to talk for a while, but his phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at it and saw that it was Zhou Jieja. Just as he was about to pick it up, the other party had already hung up. Yang Ming smiled and said to Chen Mingyan, Jieja called me. I'll go over first. Go ahead, groom. Don't let our bride wait for too long. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. At this moment, Chen Mingyan's heart was very strange. She really didn't feel jealous. Instead, it was a sincere blessing for Zhou Jieja. Yang Ming returned to the bedroom. Zhou Jieja was ready to lie on the bed. Her eyebrows were full of shyness. She lowered her eyes and didn't speak, as if she was quietly waiting for the solemn moment to come. Jieja, are you done with the phone call? Yang Ming asked with a smile, in order to make the atmosphere less awkward. And I'm done. Zhou Jieja nodded. Hee, then let's start now, asked Yang Ming with a smile. And Zhou Jieja nodded and closed her eyes. When Yang Ming was about to go to bed, he inadvertently saw a camera working not far from the bed. There was a red light flashing on it. Apparently, it was shooting. Chapter 1922. Yang Ming was a person who was very sensitive to changes in the outside world. This was also the basic ability of an assassin. So, Yang Ming found something wrong at once. Could it be that Zhou Jieja wants to film the two of us when we're having sex? Does Zhou Jieja have this hobby? Does she like to take selfies? However, Yang Ming immediately thought of a possibility. Wasn't he leaving in 2 days? He also told them that he might not come back for 10 or 20 years. So Zhou Jieja might want to record this beautiful moment. After he left, she could often take it out to recall. Yang Ming shook his head slightly. He thought it was a little fun, but he didn't stop it. Since Zhou Jieja liked it, let her be. In fact, Zhou Jieja did have this idea, but the one who encouraged her to record wasn't herself, but Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan had this idea. After Yang Ming left, the three of them had no meaning. They could look at each other and think about Yang Ming. It was also a very beautiful thing. Zhou Jieja set up this camera in preparation for Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to come in later. As for these videos being copied into the computer, it was impossible to be like a certain celebrity who caused the files to be leaked because of fixing the computer. To crack the files encrypted by Zhou Jieja, it was estimated that the world's top hackers might not be able to do it, because Zhou Jia herself was the king of hackers on the internet. Zhou Jiajia's computer was broken, so she didn't need to go out to fix it. If she couldn't fix it herself, others couldn't fix it. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was also relieved to let Zhou Jiajia record it. She wasn't afraid of any other problems. Although Yang Ming didn't think so comprehensively, he guessed it almost correctly. Soon, these trivial matters were drowned by the flames of desire of the two people. Zhou Jiajia also changed from a young girl to a mature woman. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jun usually didn't appear in the bedroom together. Even if Yang Ming asked, they wouldn't agree unless Yang Ming forced them. But today, they gave up their previous shyness and entered the bedroom together. Originally, Chen Mingyan thought that it was Zhou Jiajia's first time, so she didn't want her to participate, but Zhou Jiajia stubbornly stayed. The reason was very simple. When they watched the video together in the future, she couldn't be left out, right? Even if she had a separate video, watching it alone was better than watching it with everyone watching it together. Therefore, Chen Mingyan had to agree to it. He didn't sleep well last night, and he was busy all day. Until it was almost evening, Yang Ming fell asleep in a daze. But after sleeping for a while, Yang Ming was woken up by the alarm set by the phone. Yang Ming invited Zhang Bin to go out for dinner today. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia were also tired. At the moment, they were all asleep. Yang Ming left them a note and went out to find Zhang Bin. When he went out, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin. "Bin Z, where are you?" asked Yang Ming. "Bro, I am at school. I have pushed away all the activities and social engagements tonight. Even Cici and Wang didn't let them come to me. I was waiting for your call," said Zhang Bin. "And I will wait for you downstairs of the school dormitory." As Yang Ming said, he drove the car to the school dormitory. However, he was surprised to see that someone was handing out flyers in front of the dormitory. After Yang Ming's car stopped, a person handed a flyer to Yang Ming. "Take a look. Master Yang Ming versus graduate student Fan Jinjia." Yang Ming didn't expect that someone would give out this kind of flyer. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He took a look at the flyer. It was some introduction to himself and some introduction to Fan Jinjia. However, it was some very general information. He didn't really believe it. Most of the pictures were taken when he was fighting with the Taekwondo club, and there were also pictures of his performance at the school art festival. As for Fan Jinjia, there were even fewer. There were only some daily photos. In the advertisement, there were some predictions of the result of the match. Of course, whether it was from a subjective or objective evaluation, they were all biased towards Yang Ming's victory. However, Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Do these people have nothing better to do? Why are they printing these posters for free and distributing them? Is there any benefit to them? However, when Yang Ming turned the back of the flyer, he understood why these people would give out posters. It was because the back of the flyer was printed with a special price advertisement for a newly opened restaurant in the school. At the bottom of the advertisement, it was also indicated that this poster was printed by the student union. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it a little funny. The student union of this school really knows how to make money. Not only will they not lose money by printing these posters, but they will also make a lot of advertising fees. Moreover, the advertising fees should not be low. After all, this was different from ordinary advertisements. There was publicity about tomorrow's challenge, so most students would not throw it away after getting it. Instead, they would take it to the dormitory and look at it with others. The advertisement at the back would naturally achieve the purpose of being looked at by others. Even if many people inadvertently saw it, they would also remember the restaurant information on the advertisement. However, if it was a simple advertisement, many students would throw it away directly. They would not even look at it or even want it. Yang Ming looked at it. Indeed, those who got the flyer would rarely throw it away directly. They would pick it up and look at it. It seemed that the effect was good. Yang Ming waited for a while. Zhang Bin came out of the school's dormitory building. When he walked out, he was also given an advertisement. Zhang Bin got into Yang Ming's car, waved the advertisement in his hand in the air, and said, "Bro, someone also posted the advertisement of the battle between you and Fan Jinjia. I have another one here." I have one too. I just finished reading it. Yang Ming smiled and pointed to an advertisement on the dashboard of the car and said, "It's here." "It can't be. He just sent it to you? The person who posted the advertisement didn't recognize you?" Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming strangely and asked, "Yeah, he didn't recognize me. Maybe he didn't even think that the person in the car was me." Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "You see, those people who posted the advertisement didn't even look this way." Zhangbin nodded. These people were hired by the student union. Everyone had a task assigned to them. If there was nothing special, it was naturally impossible to check if the person in the car was Yang Ming one by one. "Bro, why did you ask me to come here? Why are you so mysterious?" Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming and asked strangely. Chapter 1923. Hee, I want to talk to you. Yang Ming said, "Since we graduated from high school, it seems that we rarely have the opportunity to sit together to eat and chat, right? There are a lot of opportunities, but they're all with my girlfriend." Zhangbin said with some emotion after listening, "Time flies so fast. In a flash, it is already the second semester of freshman year. Sometimes I still think about the time when we were in high school. At that time, I didn't have much money. I relied on you to treat me to meals." Yang Ming said with some nostalgia, "Thinking about it, you really took care of me at that time. Bro, look at what you were saying. Who are we? I have money, so I spend more. It's not a big deal." Zhangbin waved his hand and said indifferently, "At that time, it was very interesting to deal with Wang Jitao together. Yeah, Yang Ming, had not had many real friends in my life until now. You're the most important one." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the place where we went to high school." Okay. Zhangbin didn't know why Yang Ming was so nostalgic and emotional today, but when Zhangbin thought of the past, he also had some nostalgia, so he didn't refuse Yang Ming's proposal. "Do you still remember this road? Did we encounter some hooligans robbing us here?" Yang Ming drove the car to the vicinity of number 4 high school and pointed to a small road as he spoke to Zhangbin. "How can I not remember? Back then, you beat the crap out of those 3 hooligans by yourself." Zhangbin thought of the past, and he was a little excited. "It's here. You knocked down one with one punch and scared the other 2 gangsters. And your nickname of Fighting King, Lunatic Yang, also began to spread from this time. No one in our school dared to bully you. I'll follow suit." Yang Ming thought of the incident where he met Huang Mao and Zhang Yuliang near this street. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuliang, he wouldn't have met the mysterious old man and wouldn't have obtained this magical X-ray vision ability. If it wasn't for all of this, what would he be like now? Maybe he wouldn't have to worry about going to Yunnan to carry out a mission in 2 days, and he wouldn't have so many enemies. But what would his life and the people around him be like? First of all, Chen Mingyin and I shouldn't have any more interactions. Without any interactions with Chen Mingyin, it was impossible to have conflicts with Wang Jitao because of this. And Wang Jitao wouldn't use Lin Jiyun to frame me. I shouldn't have any interactions with Lin Jiyun. If I didn't have special abilities, it was absolutely impossible for me to be admitted to university. After failing the college entrance examination, I would be busy with my future work. I wouldn't have time to travel with Zhangbin, and it would be impossible to meet Lanling again. If I didn't go to Yunnan to gamble on stones, I wouldn't have gone to the bookstore to study jade, and I wouldn't have met Lu Weishan again. If I didn't meet Lu Weishan, I wouldn't have met Xiao Qing on the way to the bookstore, and I wouldn't have known that Xiao Qing was Lu Weishan's goddaughter. Moreover, if I didn't get admitted to university, my cousin, Yang Li, wouldn't have taken me to see the so-called world. I wouldn't have met Sun Jie again, and I wouldn't have pretended to be her girlfriend. As for Zhao Ying, it was even more impossible to have any interactions with her. She was just a former teacher of mine. Maybe she would be together with Jin Gang due to threats, or maybe she would be together with the boyfriend arranged by Zhao Ying's mother according to fate. As for the remaining Huang Lele and Jing Xiaolu, it was impossible to know them again. As for Wang Xiaoyan, she was simply a person from a different world for me. Without Lin Jiyun's matter, I wouldn't have gone to the detention center, and I wouldn't have met Fang Tian. If I didn't become an assassin, how would I still have contact with Wang Xiaoyan? As for meeting Suya again, I don't even think about it. When he thought of the trouble Suya encountered when he first met Suya, Yang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. All of this was based on the premise of karma. In other words, if there was a small deviation in my life, it would be completely different. Looking at my life for more than half a year, although it was full of thorns and dangers, it was very fulfilling. Life's encounters are really wonderful. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't regret choosing the current path. Even if he had to face unknown dangers in 2 days, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. It was because he didn't want to become a person who only knew how to go to work and go home to sleep every day. He got a lot of things that he couldn't imagine before. When he suddenly looked back, all of this seemed like a dream. Bro, what's wrong with you? Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming park the car on the side of the road in a daze, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming recovered and shrugged apologetically. I was a little lost in thought when I thought of the past. I just thought of a lot of things in the past. Zhang Bin nodded. Let's go and see in front. Yang Ming started the car and was about to go to the school, but he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures not far from the intersection. Hey bro, isn't it your brother, Yang Xiaobo? Why is he here? He seems to be in trouble. Zhang Bin also saw it and pointed not far away. It's him. I know the other one too. Yang Ming nodded. Let's go and see. The person next to Yang Xiaobo was Shun Yushi's younger brother, Shun Kuangyou. Yang Ming also knew him. The two of them were surrounded by a few teenagers who were obviously delinquents at the moment. Yang Xiaobo, this has nothing to do with you. Are you going to stand up for Shun Kuangyou? Huang Mao seemed to be a little afraid of Yang Xiaobo. He stared at Yang Xiaobo and asked, That's right. I will take care of this matter. Yang Xiaobo didn't show any weakness. He stepped forward and stood in front of Shun Kuangyou. Yang Xiaobo, I didn't let you take care of these things because I was giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Although your brother is Yang Ming, he is now just a college student with a little money. Does he really think that he is the boss of the past? Huang Mao snorted and said, Now, even if he comes, I will give him face and call him Brother Yang. If I don't give him face, he has to call me brother. However, when he said this, it was obvious that he was a coward at heart. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli had a good relationship. This was known to many people. Although these low-level punks didn't know that Bao Sanli was Yang Ming's underling, they didn't dare to offend Yang Ming. In their opinion, it was okay to shout a few words. Yang Ming wouldn't have time to care about them. As long as they didn't touch Yang Ming's younger brother, Yang Ming wouldn't be nosy. If Yang Xiaobo wanted to use Yang Ming's name to show off, then they wouldn't give him face. Chapter 1924. Yang Ming is also my brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Shun Kuangyou was also a little angry. Originally, Yang Xiaobo still had a lot of face in the school. However, a few repeaters had transferred to the school these days. The leader, Huang Mao, was called Li Sihua. After transferring for 2 days, he jumped up and down in the school and quickly gathered a few loyal followers. The purple hair beside him was called Su Jiaonong. He was also a bad strategist. These 2 days, under Su Jiaonong's instigation, Li Sihua started to pursue a girl. This girl had a good relationship with Shun Kuangyou. Although they weren't in a relationship, they had some feelings for each other. So, how could Shun Kuangyou agree? He went to reason with Li Sihua. However, Li Sihua was also a big figure. Not only did he have a few capable followers in the school, but he also had some connections in the society. He could call for some fighters at any time. Songjiang City had not formed a relatively powerful underworld force since Bao Sanli switched to the legal profession. After all, there was Bao Sanli, the retired emperor, suppressing them. No one dared to make it too big. Don't look at Bao Sanli now ignoring those underworld matters. Not only did his strength not decrease, but it was even more powerful. The Mingyang security company under him was full of masters. Any one of them had the strength to fight against 3 people at the same time. Li Sihua saw this power vacuum, so he started to gather a few people to form a small gang. However, he met a tough nut in just a few days. Yang Xiaobo, and Shen Kuangyo. To be honest, Li Zihua didn't dare to do anything to Yang Xiaobo. After all, Yang Ming's legend was too evil. He didn't dare to challenge Yang Ming's bottom line. However, as for Shen Kuangyo, Yang Xiaobo's good friend, he was ready to use him to establish his power. As long as he beat up Shen Kuangyo, the school would be his world in the future. This was why Li Zihua didn't hesitate to offend Yang Ming verbally. He didn't want Yang Xiaobo to interfere in this matter. As long as he established his power with Shen Kuangyo, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the school. Yang Ming is your brother-in-law? Huh? Zihua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you take me for an idiot? Shen Kuangyo, I'm telling you, the girl I chased before was just an excuse. My main purpose was to find trouble with you and use you to establish my authority in school. I've already investigated your background. You have a crippled elder sister. What brother-in-law? How could Yang Ming be interested in your elder sister? Don't make me laugh. Even if your sister were to throw herself at him, no one would want her. Zihua finally revealed the reason he was harassing the girl Shen Kuangyo liked. He was trying to anger Shen Kuangyo so that he could get back at him. Your sister is a cripple. Shen Kuangyo was furious. How could he allow others to insult his sister? He couldn't care less anymore, charging forward like a madman, determined to fight to the death with Zihua. But why would Zihua need to do it himself? With a wave of his hand, Su Jiaonong and another boy named Zhang Yuzhou rushed forward and held Shen Kuangyo from both sides, preventing him from moving. Shen Kuangyo didn't practice any martial arts. He only had brute strength. Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou were strong as well. How could he break free? Zihua slapped Shen Kuangyo's face. Fuck, you dare to be cocky with me? Do you believe that I can kill you today? Yang Xiaobo was a little anxious and rushed forward to stop him. Although Zihua didn't dare to touch Yang Xiaobo, he could still signal his subordinates to pull Yang Xiaobo aside. Yang Ming frowned. Why are these underground forces in such a mess when I haven't left yet? If he left, how could he be at ease? Although Yang Ming knew that Bao Sanli had changed to doing legitimate business and gave up the underground business, it didn't mean that he wouldn't monitor these industries and forces. He had to stop them from developing. Yang Ming didn't know where this Zihua came from, but he didn't want to care so much. He started the car and rushed towards Zihua. He hadn't left yet, and someone was bullying his brother. How could Yang Ming just sit back and watch? Even if he killed Zihua, Xiao Bingbao wouldn't say anything. Zihua was proud of himself and was ready to teach Shen Kuangyo a lesson. All the students in the school were called by him, ready to see him show his power. Just as he was about to continue messing with Shen Kuangyo in front of those students, he suddenly saw a BMW rushing towards him. Zihua didn't know what to do with that, as he subconsciously dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the car was too fast, and the rearview mirror slammed into him, causing him to fall flat on his face. This sudden change scared Zihua and his subordinates, but Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangyo's eyes flashed with excitement because this was Yang Ming's car. They knew it. Fuck you. Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes? Zihua crawled up from the ground, his face bruised and swollen. He recognized the car as a BMW, but he wasn't afraid of it. He had the advantage in numbers, and it didn't matter if the enemy had some sort of background. He'd give him a good beating, and he wouldn't let him leave without extorting a few 100,000. Zhang Bin didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce and drive a car to hit people. Although he was a little excited, he was more worried. However, before Zhang Bin could say anything, Yang Ming had already gotten out of the car. Although Zihua didn't know Yang Ming, the students he called over to watch knew Yang Ming. When Yang Ming was in the 3rd year of high school, they were still in the 1st and 2nd year of high school. Now that they were in the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, Yang Ming had already graduated. Yang Ming. These people were instinctively afraid of Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming's legend was getting worse and worse, and they had more or less seen Yang Ming fight with their own eyes. At this moment, when they saw Yang Ming coming, they couldn't help but retreat, especially Yang Ming's conspicuous Song B88B88 license plate. These people were more or less well-informed. They all knew that the previous owner of this BMW was Bao Sanli, and now that Yang Ming was driving this car, the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was self-evident. Brother-in-law, Yang Xiaobo and Shun Kuangyo saw Yang Ming coming and shouted excitedly. It would be a lie to say that Yang Xiaobo wasn't worried and scared before, but Shun Kuangyo was his good friend. He naturally couldn't just watch Shun Kuangyo get bullied. Chapter 1925. Now that Yang Ming was here, Yang Ming would stand up for them, and this Sihua would finally get the lesson he deserved. You're Yang Ming? Sihua didn't know Yang Ming at all. He transferred here later, but after seeing the expressions of these people and the way Yang Xiaobo and Kuangyo addressed him, how could he not know that this person in front of him was Yang Ming? That's me. Yang Ming nodded faintly. I'm here. Want me to call you big bro? Sihua instinctively felt fear when he saw Yang Ming, but then he remembered that there were only 2 people with Yang Ming, and one was still in the car. He had so many people with him. What was there to be afraid of? So he decided to toughen up. I, Li Sihua, am now the boss of Songjiang 4th High. You almost hit me just now. What do you have to say about that? What do you want to say? Yang Ming looked at Sihua with a smile that didn't look like a smile. You have to pay me at least 200,000 for the medical fees, or you don't have to leave today. Sihua stomped his foot and said. Yang Ming smiled faintly, feeling a little annoyed. This guy didn't know when to back down, and he was insatiably greedy, asking for 200,000 right off the bat. Naturally, Yang Ming didn't like this kind of person. Besides, he wasn't even leaving yet, and this scourge was already bullying Yang Xiaobo and Kuangyo. If he left, wouldn't these people turn the sky upside down? And so, Yang Ming decided to teach this Sihua a lesson for eternity. He raised his hand casually and touched a certain part of Sihua's body. Sihua paused at first, not knowing what Yang Ming was going to do. He couldn't help but mock. Are you hitting me? Or are you tickling me? Ha! I thought you were so awesome, but it seems that the rumors are not reliable. Huh? All of a sudden, Sihua felt a heart-wrenching itch spread throughout his body, as if he was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He couldn't help but scratch at his body, but that didn't seem to have any effect at all. The itch seemed to be coming from under his skin, and scratching at the surface wouldn't do him any good. He couldn't tear off his skin, could he? Ah, it hurts, it's so itchy, I'm dying. Sihua couldn't take it anymore. He started rolling around on the floor. This was also the first time that Yang Ming had used such a ruthless method to deal with a hooligan. Because Yang Ming was about to leave, he didn't have time to argue with these small fries. If he didn't teach them a lesson that they would remember for the rest of their lives, he would never remember. What happened to you? Bewitched? Yang Ming said somewhat mockingly. When did I call you brother? Although Yang Ming said that, how could Sihua not know that Yang Ming was the one who did this to him? At this moment, he finally understood that the rumors about Yang Ming's ruthlessness weren't lies. It was the truth, and Yang Ming was really scary. Brother, you're my brother, Brother Yang. Save me, I'm dying. Sihua's miserable cries sent chills down everyone's spines. Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou had already let go of Shun Kuangyo and quietly moved to the side, not daring to face Yang Ming. The people who were holding on to Yang Xiaobo also let go. With Sihua in such a state, how could they dare to go against Yang Ming? What was more frightening was that they didn't even know what was going on with Sihua, and why this strange situation was happening. This kind of unknown horror was the scariest. They didn't see what Yang Ming did, but Sihua was rolling on the ground in pain, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Brother, Dad, Grandpa, I beg you, I can't take it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Sihua roared, still rolling on the ground. Just kill me, it's fine if I die, but don't torture me. Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou were completely shocked. Sihua was actually begging for death. How painful must it be to make Sihua want to die? What the hell was going on? Yang Ming's identity was about to be exposed anyway, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of more people knowing about his identity and ability. This was also the reason why Yang Ming taught Sihua a lesson in front of everyone. This way, even if he left, these people wouldn't dare to do anything to Yang Xiaobo and Shun Kuangyo. Sihua's lesson was too unforgettable, and these people didn't dare to try again. Sihua saw that Yang Ming was still standing there, unmoving. He knew that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go so easily, but he was really in extreme pain. If he could die, he wouldn't want to live, but this kind of pain and itchiness was draining him of all strength. He couldn't even kill himself. Su Jiaonong, kill me, stab me with a knife. I beg you, I can't take it anymore. Sihua begged Su Jiaonong for help. Su Jiaonong was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a scene before. Sihua was begging for death. Sihua, bro, don't say such depressing things. With that, Su Jiaonong pulled Zhang Yuzhou and the others to kneel in front of Yang Ming. Brother Yang, I beg you, please spare Sihua, bro. Fuck, you idiots, Sihua cursed in his heart. You call me bro, and now you're calling Yang Ming bro? Didn't that mean that Yang Ming and I were brothers? How could Yang Ming be happy? I'd be lucky if he didn't continue to punish me. Why would he save me? Grandpa Yang, please save me. Sihua cried out. Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou froze at Sihua's words, but they quickly understood what he meant. They quickly said, Grandpa Yang, please let Sihua bro go. We were wrong, really wrong. In the future, we'll listen to Bo bro and Kuangyo bro in school. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Yuzhou and Su Jiaonong faintly. He lifted his leg and kicked Sihua, who was rolling on the ground. It looked like a casual kick, but Sihua's face relaxed instantly. The terrifying pain and itch on his body disappeared in an instant. It was really strange. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with undisguised fear. He didn't dare look at Yang Ming directly, and he quickly thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa Yang. Thank you, Grandpa Yang. He was 100% sure that Yang Ming was the one who punished him, and that Yang Ming could punish him as he pleased and relieve his pain. What kind of method was this? Could it be the legendary pressure point ceiling? Sihua was even more terrified at the thought of this possibility. Could Yang Ming be a legendary Wuling master? He knew pressure point ceiling? Wasn't this too much of a legend? How is this possible? Chapter 1926. Although Sihua didn't quite believe it, he saw it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The pain on his body, just now, wasn't something a normal person could endure. Those few short minutes had turned into a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Take your lackeys and leave Songjiang City. We'll leave in a moment. Yang Ming looked at Sihua and said condescendingly, If I find out that you guys are still here tomorrow, it won't be so easy to die. Yes, yes. How could Sihua not listen to Yang Ming? Whatever Yang Ming told them to do, they would naturally do it. Wasn't it just leaving Songjiang City? Then he might as well take these people and leave. This place was too scary. With a ruthless person like Yang Ming here, how could he stand out? Scram! Yang Ming waved his hand faintly and said, Remember my words. I'll scram, I'll scram. Sihua looked at Yang Ming and imprinted his face in his mind. He didn't want to take revenge on Yang Ming when he became rich in the future, but he wanted to remember Yang Ming so that he and his men wouldn't find trouble with people related to Yang Ming. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Sihua took Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou and ran away in a sorry state. Those who were watching the show also took a few steps back in fear, not daring to come forward. Only Yang Xiaobo and Shun Kuangyo were full of surprise and admiration. All right, you guys can leave too. Yang Ming looked at the surrounding people. Although there were many familiar faces in these people, there were also people who followed behind him and called him Brother Yang and Boss Yang. However, Yang Ming didn't take his anger out on them because they didn't stand up for Yang Xiaobo. After all, Sihua was stronger than them, and they didn't dare to offend Sihua and help Yang Xiaobo and Shin Kuangyo. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to bother with people like this, as long as they didn't help Sihua bully Yang Xiaobo. Naturally, Yang Ming wouldn't let go of Sihua, the culprit. What he said to him wasn't just a threat, but a warning. If Sihua and the others didn't leave tomorrow, then Yang Ming would inform Bao Sanli to deal with them. However, Sihua didn't want to lie to Yang Ming. He was really scared, and he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He had already made up his mind to go with Su Jiaonong and Zhang Yuzhou to Songshan City, which was close to Songjiang City, and start a new business there. He definitely couldn't stay in Songjiang City anymore. Yang Ming would forever be a pain in his heart, making him fear this name for the rest of his life. Moreover, as this name became more and more famous, he was even more afraid that Yang Ming would come to him for revenge. Sihua, on the other hand, was quite a character as well. He'd actually made a name for himself in Songshan, starting a glorious life. But it didn't last very long before someone else popped up and screwed him over. Of course, that was a story for another time, recorded in the school beauty's personal bodyguard. Yang Ming waited for those people to leave before walking over and patting Yang Xiaobo and Shun Kuangyo's shoulders. Study hard. Don't always come out to fight. This isn't the time to be a hero. Next time something like this happens, just make a call and you can solve it. Why do you have to face these people head on? Yang Xiaobo was a little embarrassed. Kuangyo and I thought that we didn't want to trouble you. What's the trouble? Yang Ming waved his hand. How about this? I'll give you a phone number. It's Bao Sanli. If there's anything, you can find him and solve it. With that said, Yang Ming pulled out Bao Sanli's number from his phone and sent it to Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangyo. Bao Sanli, such a big figure. Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangyo were shocked. Big figures are also my subordinates. Yang Ming smiled. Xiaobo, if you have trouble, just tell him that you're my younger brother. Kuangyo, just say that you're Yushi's younger brother, or say that you're my brother-in-law. Haha, okay, now I'm awesome. Bao Sanli and Brother Bao are both my brother-in-law's subordinates. Shen Kuangyo nodded excitedly. Don't lie and bully others. If I find out, I won't let you go. Yang Ming glared at Shen Kuangyo. I wouldn't dare. Shen Kuangyo quickly shook his head. Okay, let's go back to school. School hasn't ended yet, right? There should be a self-study period in the evening, right? Yang Ming also graduated from Songjiang No. 4 High School, so he naturally knew the curriculum of Songjiang No. 4 High School. Then we'll go to class, brother. Yang Xiaobo nodded and said, Go ahead. Yang Ming looked at the time and said, Isn't class starting soon? Yang Xiaobo and Shun Kuangyo scratched their heads embarrassedly and ran away. Yang Ming looked at the backs of the two people and sighed. Yang Ming could only do something for his family, lover, and friends as much as possible so that they wouldn't have any worries after he left. However, Yang Ming also knew that he couldn't consider everything. There would always be omissions. These depended on their own efforts. With Bao Sanli's help, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Bin had seen Yang Ming's ruthlessness when he was in Las Vegas. He also knew that Yang Ming's identity was special, so he wasn't too surprised at the moment. When he saw Yang Ming get in the car, he sighed, Bro, you're too awesome. You can make people beg for death. It's just a small trick. Yang Ming waved his hand. Small trick? AI, I can't learn it. I can't bear this pain. Zhang Bin shook his head. Bro, what are we going to do now? Asked Zhang Bin. Let's go and eat something. Yang Ming drove the car to the door of a restaurant called Jiyuan Snacks at the school gate. When they were in school, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin sometimes came here to improve their meals, but it was basically Zhang Bin who treated. So Yang Ming said, Today, I will treat you. Sure. Zhang Bin didn't decline. He nodded his head and agreed. The two people entered the snack bar. Unexpectedly, the owner of the snack bar actually recognized them. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, you haven't been here for a long time. You should have graduated, right? Yang Ming was a ruthless person near the school. These people who did business near the school certainly knew Yang Ming, but Yang Ming never bullied them. If other punks came to harass them, Yang Ming would stop them. This also made Yang Ming more popular in this area. Chapter 1927. Zhang Bin and Yang Ming often came to eat together, so the lady boss also knew Zhang Bin. Every time they came, she would give them a small discount. And I graduated. I passed by here today, so I came back to have a look. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. The lady boss looked at the BMW car, parked outside, with some envy. Although she didn't know how much it cost, it was definitely not cheap. There was no doubt that these two people were now rich. They were no longer the poor students in the past. However, this was also considered as good karma. The lady boss felt that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were good people. It was normal for them to have their current achievements. What do you want to eat? The chef is still the same as before. All the dishes are the same. The lady boss said with a smile. Is there a single room? We have something to talk about. Yang Ming asked the lady boss. Naturally, at this time, the school has already started the evening self-study. There are no guests. The lady boss led Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to a private room and then handed them the menu. Yang Ming took the menu and ordered a few dishes that they used to eat. Yang Ming came here just to reminisce. It was more to chat with Zhang Bin. He didn't mainly come to eat. The lady boss saw that Yang Ming ordered so many dishes. She was very happy and went to the kitchen to cook. Yang Ming chatted with Zhang Bin. Bin Zi, how is the jewelry company's business? Yang Ming asked casually. Not bad. Now the quarterly sales have exceeded 10 million yuan. The profit is also a few million yuan. Zhang Bin introduced. Bro, your bonus is now 10 million yuan. When are you going to bring it up? No need. Just put in the company. Yang Ming waved his hand and took out a document. He put it in front of Zhang Bin. Take a look at this document. If there is no problem, sign it. Zhang Bin took the document that Yang Ming handed over with some inexplicable feeling. He saw the words Equity Transfer Agreement on it. He was shocked. Does Yang Ming want to take back all the shares in my hands? But in Zhang Bin's view, Yang Ming wasn't such a person. With doubts, Zhang Bin read it carefully. But at first glance, he was even more scared because the content of the agreement was that Yang Ming unconditionally transferred all the shares under his name to him. Bro, you want to give all the shares of the jewelry company to me? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with some disbelief. And it's all yours. Yang Ming nodded. It is useless for me to keep in my hands. Before I leave, I will leave a business for you, a good brother. As long as you don't think it's too little, it will be fine. Too little? So much. How can it be too little? It's just, bro, I don't understand. Why do you want to give these shares to me all of a sudden? And what did you just say about leaving? Before you leave? What does this mean? Zhang Bin was confused. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. You probably know a little about my identity. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned to Zhang Bin not to be anxious. Then he said, when you were in Las Vegas, you knew that I have a special identity. I belong to a mysterious department of the country called the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It specializes in performing some special, urgent, and dangerous tasks. The nature of the work is the same as that of an agent. Our professional name is also an agent. Damn, bro, you're so badass. Zhang Bin widened his eyes. Although he knew a little about Yang Ming before, he didn't expect Yang Ming to be so powerful. He was actually an agent. Zhang Bin couldn't be more surprised. Hee. I didn't go back with you last time because I had an urgent task to perform, so I stayed. Yang Ming said, in 2 days, I have to perform a relatively special task, but this task is more dangerous. It's hard to say if I can come back. No way, bro. Zhang Bin's face suddenly became a little unnatural. His eyes were full of worry. Really? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Bro, you aren't lying to me, right? I didn't lie to you. I really have to perform a task. Before I leave, I have to deal with some things after my death. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. The jewelry company will be left to you. Manage it well in the future. Maybe when I come back, I will ask you for it. Yang Ming made a joke, but Zhang Bin couldn't laugh. He had a bitter face and didn't know what to say because he really didn't know what to say. He finally knew why Yang Ming called him out for a meal alone. In addition to nostalgia, Yang Ming wanted to tell him this big event. But he couldn't give any suggestions except for listening because he didn't understand these things. He couldn't stop Yang Ming because if he stopped, Yang Ming wouldn't listen to him. Since Yang Ming chose to tell him these things, he also made up his mind. He also purely treated him as a confidant and confided in him. After Yang Ming prepared the equity transfer agreement, This matter had already been settled. I really hope that you will come back and ask me for it. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. If you can't go, I can give you my shares. I'm telling the truth. Yang Ming didn't doubt Zhang Bin's sincerity because Zhang Bin wasn't a person who valued money very much. When he was in school, he never cared about these things. So after Yang Ming became rich, he didn't forget Zhang Bin. Although the jewelry company was thriving and making more and more money, Yang Ming wasn't reluctant to part with it. Okay, then you wait for me to come back safely. Yang Ming smiled and took a sip of tea. At this moment, he was already very indifferent. Except for the people around him who were worried, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest sense of resistance for the trip to Yunnan in 2 days. Zhang Bin nodded and didn't say anything. He silently drank tea with Yang Ming. Both of them drove here, so Yang Ming didn't ask for wine. Because there was no one else in the restaurant at this moment, the food was quickly served. The two of them seemed to have returned to their high school days. They wolfed down the food. When they went home in the evening, Yang Ming just patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. What I said to you, don't tell Chen Mingyan and the others first. They don't know that you are leaving? Zhang Bin asked with some surprise. They know, but I didn't tell them the danger of the mission. I just said that it may take a long time. The shortest is 1.5 years, and the longest is 10 or 20 years. I gave them a psychological buffer period. After a long time, they will naturally forget. Chapter 1928. Bro, you don't know how much sister-in-law Meng Yan loves you. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. How can it be forgotten? She can only miss you more and more. There is a saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If sister-in-law waited for a long time and found out that you were going to perform a very dangerous mission, do you think they can't stand it? There are a few people who know the truth. They will definitely meet, and they will know, said Yang Ming. How many? Bro, how many wives do you have? How many sisters-in-law do I have? Zhang Bin still hadn't figured out how many wives Yang Ming had. In addition to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiun, there are also Jing Xiaolu and Wang Xiaoyan. You know both of them? Yang Ming said, Oh, Jing Xiaolu too? I was wondering why she has become so cool recently. She has changed her image of a delinquent girl. Zhang Bin nodded and said, Recently, she has been in the top 10 of the school's campus belle list. Everyone guessed that she's being kept by a big boss. Let's say that she's being kept by me. She is in charge of Mingyang Entertainment. Yang Ming said, Wang Xiaoyan, I don't have much contact with her. Is she your beautiful neighbor? Zhang Bin really didn't have much interaction with Wang Xiaoyan. And that's her. Yang Ming nodded. The rest are Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, and Zhao Ying. You know all three of them, huh? Zhang Bin suddenly widened his eyes. When Yang Ming mentioned Jing Xiaolu and Wang Xiaoyan, Zhang Bin was surprised, but he didn't feel anything strange. But now, when it came to Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, and Zhao Ying, Zhang Bin was really shocked. Sun Jie was understandable. She was beautiful with big breasts, strong abilities, and a good family background. Yang Ming's choice of her was unquestionable. According to Tian Donghua, Yang Ming also saved Sun Jie, so Zhang Bin vaguely knew that Sun Jie and Yang Ming had some relationship. But Xiao Qing, isn't she Yang Ming's sister? Did he really become a F-sister? Isn't this too dramatic? And Zhao Ying, why is she with Yang Ming? As a matter of fact, Zhao Ying used to be the crush of many boys. Although she was now a graduate student, and her identity was the same as Yang Ming's, the two could be said to have no difference in identity. However, they were still together. This really made Zhang Bin admire them. Why are you scared? Yang Ming also felt that his words might shock Zhang Bin. I was indeed shocked. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. Bro, you are really fierce. Right, who else? In addition, there is Huang Lele and Suya. That is the big star, said Yang Ming. Zhang Bin nodded. He knew these two people, so there was nothing strange about it. However, what made him feel strange was another thing. Right, Shen Kuangyo just now. Did he call you brother-in-law? His sister is? His sister is Shun Yushi. Her case should have been reported in the newspaper and TV news a few days ago. Have you seen it? Yang Ming was reminded of Shun Yushi by Zhang Bin, but Yang Ming didn't have much feelings for Shun Yushi. At most, he had some good feelings. The reason why he agreed to be her boyfriend was because of her illness. However, since Zhang Bin asked, Yang Ming couldn't deny it. It was better to be safe than sorry. If what he said was passed to Shun Yushi's ears, then it would be a bit bad. Oh, that case, I have seen it. It was quite sensational. Those who went to prison were all from our school. The school newspaper and campus forum also reported the truth of the matter. The school also used this to warn everyone not to do impulsive things that violate the law. They have been expelled. Zhang Bin nodded and said, "But Shun Yushi is your girlfriend?" Yes, she is. Yang Ming nodded. It's a long story between the two of us, but I'm also very sad about this incident. I can only let her recuperate in peace first. Yang Ming said it vaguely because Yang Ming didn't want to lie to Zhang Bin, but there was no way to tell the truth. He could only say so. It turned out to be like this. Then she is quite pitiful. Zhang Bin nodded. Right, bro. With your character, you should be angry. How'd it benefit those guys? They can't stay in prison. Bao Somli has people in prison. They're probably beaten up by the big brother in prison every day. Yang Ming smiled. That's good. We can't let them benefit. Zhang Bin said, other than that, there's no one else, right? How many of them are there? And Lan Ling, you know her. I am going to Yunnan this time to look for Lan Ling in addition to carrying out the mission. Yang Ming said, other than that, it seems like there is really no one else. Right? If you want to count, Lu Huamei should be considered my woman. Yang Ming was afraid that Lu Huamei would spill the beans, so he told Zhang Bin in advance. Lu Huamei, the new chairman of the Jiangyan group? Zhang Bin was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have connections with Lu Huamei. Lu Huamei went from a weaker position to the Jiangyan group's leader during the association's time. Was Yang Ming involved in the Lu family's matters? However, it wasn't important whether there was or not, because Zhang Bin didn't care about other people's matters. He only cared about Yang Ming's mission this time, and whether Yang Ming could come back safely. And it's her. Yang Ming said. She has a good relationship with Xiaolu. The two of them will probably work together in the future. Okay, boss. I will do my best to help these people. Zhang Bin remembered these people's names in his heart. If you have any problems, you can also look for Bao Sanli or Chun Mingyan's father. With the two of them, there shouldn't be any big trouble. Yang Ming said to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin nodded silently. Okay, you go back and accompany Zhao Cixi and Wang Mei. I also have to go back and accompany Meng Yin and the others. Yang Ming waved his hand at Zhang Bin, then turned around and got into the car. He drove away. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming's car, leaving, and sighed slightly. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually carry out a mission. It seemed that he was much happier than Yang Ming. Originally, he was envious of Yang Ming for having so many wives, but now that he thought of Yang Ming's responsibilities, Zhang Bin felt that it was already good enough for him to have 2 wives. Yang Ming still accompanied Chen Mengyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie at night. However, after they fell asleep, Yang Ming climbed over the wall and sneaked into Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Chapter 1929. Feng Xibiao came to Songjiang City, the place where he once felt sad. Here, Feng Xibiao was once killed by a person with 1 punch, which made him, the underground boxing champion, lose face. This was a permanent pain in his heart. If it wasn't Feng Jianing who offered a high price, 200,000 yuan, and even reimbursed a round-trip air ticket, this made Feng Xibiao very tempted. Therefore, Feng Xibiao came. He set foot on this land again after half a year. Fan Jinjia and Feng Jianing came to the airport to pick him up. Fan Jinjia's Honda Accord had been repaired. The two of them were anxiously waiting for Feng Xibiao at the airport. Looking at the information in his hand, Fan Jinjia was very excited. If Feng Xibiao was really as powerful as the information said, then Yang Ming was definitely dead this time. Feng Xibiao, the pillar of the Hell boxing arena in the southern B city. Since his debut, he had fought 162 different matches and won all of them. He had not lost a record so far. Feng Xibiao was like his name. He looked very fierce, and his body was very burly. He was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 78 kilograms. He was good at straight punches. His strength was amazing. His opponents who had fought with him often fell to the ground after being hit by his straight punches. Some of them even died on the spot. Feng Xibiao didn't like to play tricks. He often finished the battle with a few punches. Even if he encountered a difficult opponent, he still maintained his routine and went straight until the opponent was on the ground. That is that Feng Xibiao. Fan Jinja saw a man in black coming out of the airport's arrival exit. It was the same as what Feng Xibiao said before, but there were some differences between him and the photo. Feng Jianing and Fan Jinja had seen Feng Xibiao's photo on the internet, but when they saw Feng Xibiao in person, they realized that Feng Xibiao was much fiercer in person than in the photo. Uncle! Feng Jianing couldn't believe it. The real person was much stronger than in the photo. Is that you? Why, little Nungzi, don't you recognize me? Didn't you see my photo? Feng Xibiao laughed and said, Do you think I'm stronger than in the photo? Yeah. Uncle, I almost didn't recognize you. You're so much more agile than in the photos. Feng Jianing grinned. That's a Photoshop photo used by the boxing field to confuse the opponent. They Photoshopped me to make me look thinner and weaker so that the opponent would underestimate me. When I appear, the opponent will be shocked by me. Feng Xibiao laughed. So that's how it is. Feng Jianing nodded. Uncle, let me introduce you. This is Fan Jinja, Brother Zha, my boss. Oh, hello, Brother Zha. Feng Xibiao glanced at Fan Jinja and said lightly, Brother Biao, I'm counting on you this time. Fan Jinja was overjoyed when he heard Feng Xibiao calling him Brother. Feng Xibiao really gave him face. Since you can afford the price, I will naturally do my best. Feng Xibiao nodded and said, Is the money ready? It's ready, Brother Biao. Don't worry. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as you enter the arena, said Fan Jinja. Okay, then it's settled. Feng Xibiao didn't believe that Fan Jinja dared to lie to him. Brother Biao, get in the car. Fan Jinja and Feng Jianing let Feng Xibiao into his Honda Accord and helped Feng Xibiao put his luggage in the trunk of the car. This is your car? It's not bad. Feng Xibiao glanced at Fan Jinja's car and thought, this kid is quite rich. It seems that there won't be any mistakes this time. Yes, this car was hit before, so it's not in good condition. I killed that little idiot Yang Ming, so I'll change to another car to celebrate. Fan Jinja was very pretentious in order to show off his strength. He said forcefully, Don't worry about this. Isn't he just a college student? He's just a piece of trash in my hands. Wait for me to kill him. Feng Xibiao said indifferently. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. He's just a college student. How powerful can he be? Can he be more powerful than those professional Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Sanda retire masters? It's simply impossible. If there was, then he wouldn't stay in a university and be an ordinary college student. He would have been awesome all over the world. That's great. I'll leave this matter to you, Brother Biao. You must beat him until he pisses in his pants. Fan Jinja quickly smiled flatteringly. With such a legendary person helping me, it seems that I'll definitely win this time. A big stone in Fan Jinja's heart finally fell. Although Fan Jinja was very happy after getting a positive answer from Feng Jianing, he was still a little worried before he saw Feng Xibiao's people coming. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Fan Jinja's battle with Yang Ming. This morning, in the gymnasium of Songjiang Industry University, it was already crowded. Many students even came in the middle of the night to reserve seats in order to watch Yang Ming's performance. Although Yang Ming did not appear often in school, he was very popular. Since the first battle with the Taekwondo club's vice president, Yang Ming's reputation had spread throughout the campus. However, there were not many students who went to watch at that time. Only a few people saw the video of that time on the campus forum. They regretted not being there in person. Therefore, Yang Ming's martial arts performance attracted a lot of attention at the school's art festival. That performance was also a challenge, which made Yang Ming's popularity reach the peak. Everyone wanted to continue watching Yang Ming's performance, but Yang Ming seemed to have disappeared. He almost never appeared in school. Many people even wanted to see Yang Ming, but unfortunately, they found that Yang Ming was neither in class nor in the dormitory. Therefore, once this challenge was posted in the campus forum, Yang Ming's popularity was pushed to the peak again, especially after Yang Ming's response. Everyone was looking forward to this challenge. Everyone thought that Fan Jinja was a fool. Yang Ming was so famous. In school, so many people who wanted to challenge Yang Ming ended in failure. How could Fan Jinja beat Yang Ming? Was he better than the Taekwondo club's vice president? How is this possible? If he was really so powerful, how could Fan Jinja's name be so unknown? Those who trusted him had already searched for Fan Jinja's information. He was a student in the graduate class of the economics department. He ran a company outside of school and usually drove a Honda Accord to go to school. He was one of the young masters with a lot of money. Before this, there was no news of him fighting with anyone, nor did he have any big conflict with others. How could such a person have the capital to challenge Yang Ming? Chapter 1930. As a result, no one was optimistic about Fan Jinja. They all felt that this person was simply stupid. He actually challenged Yang Ming. Can he win? Moreover, the reason for the challenge was actually for a woman named Zhao Ying. Is this a way to chase a girl? If the girl likes you, you can capture her heart without a challenge. If she doesn't like you, it is useless no matter how you challenge her. If you have the time to attack your love rival, you might as well study how to pick up girls. Therefore, in this stadium, most people came for Yang Ming. As for Fan Jinja, his popularity in school was not very good, and he did not have many friends. Except for a few people whom Feng Jiao could spend money to hire for him, there was no one else. Zhao Ying naturally came as well. Since this matter started because of her, there was no reason for her to escape. Although this feeling of being the center of attention made Zhao Ying a little uncomfortable, she still wanted to come. In any case, Yang Ming accepted the challenge. He came for her. How could Zhao Ying not come to watch in person? Yin Yin, I'm a little nervous. Zhao Ying whispered to Wang Xiaoyan next to her. Xiao Qing was a school teacher. Naturally, it was impossible to accompany Zhao Ying to watch this kind of game. It would cause a sensation in the school. As for Sun Jie, although she was reluctant to leave Yang Ming, she still had company matters to attend to in Donghai, and Yang Ming also had his own things to do. It was impossible for him to accompany Sun Jie alone. Therefore, Sun Jie simply returned to Donghai and waited silently for Yang Ming to come back. Sun Jie was a very strong woman, so she was naturally very selective when it came to finding a boyfriend. After having sex with Yang Ming for the first time, although she was somewhat unwilling to admit it, this matter more or less interfered with Sun Jie's choice of a spouse. Even if Sun Jie's sexual orientation changed because of the injury of her first love, this actually could not change Sun Jie's view of chastity. Although she had messed around with Xiao Qing, that was a matter between women. It was her first time with a man. So in any case, it could not change the fact that Yang Ming was her first and only man. Although Sun Jie did not admit it, Sun Jie's heart was still inclined to Yang Ming. In terms of choosing a spouse, she also used Yang Ming as her standard. When she put on a filter, she felt that no man around her was better than Yang Ming. Deep in her heart, she had already regarded Yang Ming as the only candidate for the best boyfriend, but with Sun Jie's character, she was unwilling to admit it. So, she used the excuse of testing Yang Ming again and again to reject Yang Ming. However, if she really rejected him, how could she let Yang Ming have that kind of relationship with her again and again? If she wanted to avoid it, with Sun Jie's cleverness, she could completely avoid such things from happening. She didn't even have a chance. In fact, although Sun Jie said that she was unwilling many times, in fact, she had sex with Yang Ming half-heartedly. Sun Jie also stood up to help Yang Ming again and again, until one day, Yang Ming could hold up the sky by himself and help her in turn. Sun Jie felt that she seemed to be playing a female-oriented nurturing game. She watched Yang Ming grow up little by little and walk to the peak of his life and career. At this time, Sun Jie also completely opened her heart and gave herself to Yang Ming. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming would leave soon. He was going to perform a very dangerous mission. It was hard to say whether he could come back or not. To be honest, Sun Jie was very worried. Out of selfishness, she didn't want Yang Ming to leave. It wasn't easy to find her own happiness. How could she watch her happiness leave? However, Sun Jie was a person who saw the big picture. She knew that Yang Ming must have his own reasons for going to Yunnan this time. Since Yang Ming had already decided, then what reason did she have to stop him? Moreover, if she thought about it from another perspective, wasn't Yang Ming's departure this time a kind of experience for Yang Ming? Which part of Yang Ming's growth wasn't gained through dangerous experiences? Recalling the things that happened to Yang Ming along the way, none of them were not extremely dangerous. Although this time might be more dangerous, if Yang Ming came back safely, he could be more mature. Sun Jie also hoped that Yang Ming would become more powerful, so even if she was worried, she didn't show it. When Yang Ming left her apartment, she once again devoted all her energy to work. Sun Jie wanted to quietly wait for Yang Ming's return while working hard. At that time, Sun Jie wanted to make X Island into a paradise on Earth. In this way, Yang Ming could settle down on X Island with everyone without any worries and live a happy life of plowing and weaving. This was also the direction that Sun Jie had been working hard towards. Of course, she buried these words in her heart. She didn't even say it to Xiao Qing and Zhao Ying, who were closest to her. What's there to be nervous about? Yang Ming won't lose. Wang Xiaoyan was full of confidence in Yang Ming. No matter how strong this Fan Jinja was, he would probably be defeated by Yang Ming in one move, so she was not worried about the result of today's game. However, Zhao Ying was not as calm as Wang Xiaoyan. She was still a little worried. Since Fan Jinja can challenge Yang Ming, he should have some tricks up his sleeve, right? He is also a student in the school. How can he not know that Yang Ming once defeated the president of the Taekwondo club? This is not a secret. He should have investigated it beforehand, right? This is true, but what can he do even if he is prepared? Wang Xiaoyan smiled disdainfully. She had also watched the video of Yang Ming accepting the challenge of the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club. It could be said that Yang Ming was just playing with children. He didn't use his real skills at all. Even so, he could already play around with the president and vice president. How can this Fan Jinja surpass Yang Ming? Obviously, it was impossible. However, Wang Xiaoyan did not tell Zhao Ying the specific reason because Yang Ming's identity was still a secret. Only he knew the identity of the assassin. I hope Yang Ming doesn't lose. Zhao Ying sighed and said nervously, "You like Yang Ming, so you should have confidence in Yang Ming instead of sighing. Look at me. Am I not nervous at all?" Wang Xiaoyan shrugged. "Ying, you are too overcautious. Your character is actually not good. You are hesitant in everything you do. You have no courage at all. Look at your relationship with Yang Ming. How complicated was it? Have you ever thought that you were the one who caused all this?" Chapter 1931. Zhao Ying was tongue-tied by Wang Xiaoyan's words. "Think about it carefully. You used to care about me and Chen Mingyan. You cared about this and that. But now that you are really with Yang Ming, have you changed anything?" Wang Xiaoyan asked. "I'm still your good friend. This has not changed. Chen Mingyan still doesn't know about your relationship with Yang Ming. This has not changed. From the beginning to the end, nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is your heart. You boldly took this step, and life has become completely different." Zhao Ying lowered her head and quietly listened to Wang Xiaoyan's reprimand. Yes, Wang Xiaoyan is right. Nothing has changed with my hesitant personality. The people around me are still the same. If I didn't boldly take this step, I and Yang Ming would still be the same as before, right? Yin Yin, you are right. The only change brought by my change is my relationship with Yangming. I don't need to think so much. It is really too tiring. Zhao Ying sighed and nodded. It's not too late for you to figure this out now. Wang Xiaoyan pulled Zhao Ying's hand. Your own happiness needs to be fought for by yourself. Look, how much have you lost? Yang Ming is going to perform a mission soon. You two haven't consummated your marriage yet. Who knows when he will come back? This is not important. Zhao Ying's face suddenly blushed. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about what she said, which made her feel embarrassed. As long as the two people's hearts are together, it is fine. You are right, but also wrong. In short, every time you are with Yang Ming, after doing it, you will feel that the two people's hearts are closer to each other. Wang Xiaoyan said this and felt a little funny. To tell you the truth, Yang Ming and I belong to the category of first going to bed and then falling in love. There were no feelings at all before, but slowly there were. Don't you think it is amazing? Zhao Ying didn't know much about the love history of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan didn't talk about it in detail. Every time, it was very vague and perfunctory. Zhao Ying didn't ask much about other people's privacy, so she didn't know that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were actually together like this. Hee. In fact, there's nothing wrong with this. Wang Xiaoyan stretched. I feel very happy. No matter what happened in the beginning, I really feel good now. Then, aren't you worried about Yang Ming leaving this time? Zhao Ying felt that Wang Xiaoyan's mentality seemed to be very good. She didn't feel sad that Yang Ming was leaving. Worried? What is there to worry about? I have confidence in him. What difficulties can be difficult for him? Wang Xiaoyan was actually very worried before, but she thought it through, so she didn't worry anymore. Yang Ming's profession was an assassin, and he was the king of assassins. Which mission wasn't dangerous? Thinking about the missions that she had performed before, they weren't so easy. In Macau, in Africa, which one of the missions with Yang Ming didn't experience life and death? So, for people who have experienced life and death, everything was fleeting. In the past, such a difficult time had passed. What was there to worry about in the future? Wang Xiaoyan felt that Yang Ming would definitely be able to pass it safely. And, when you say so, I feel that it is nothing. Zhao Ying nodded, and her gloomy mood was a lot more cheerful. I should also believe in Yang Ming. He will definitely be able to do it. Of course, he can do it. Otherwise, how could there be so many women? Wang Xiaoyan made a joke. Oh, you haven't tried it yet. Naturally, you don't know if he can do it. Wang Xiaoyan regarded Zhao Ying as a close friend, so she didn't mind making some jokes. The friendship between the two people had been for many years. Before she had a boyfriend, they had always rented a house together. Their relationship was very good. Now that they were married to the same man, there was no gap. Some jokes could be said naturally. Yin Yin, why are you speaking like a rogue? Zhao Ying's face was redder. I heard that boys like to have a threesome. I can try in the future. I can't mix with Chen Mingyan and the others, so I can only mix with you? Wang Xiaoyan teased. If you continue this topic, I won't listen anymore. Zhao Ying was embarrassed and covered her ears. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming appeared on time at the gymnasium of Songjiang Industry University. The entire gymnasium had been turned into a martial arts arena under the arrangement of the student union in advance. In the center of the gymnasium, a huge banner had been hung. Economics graduate student Fan Jinja challenges martial arts master Yang Ming in a friendly match. Before Yang Ming's name, the words martial arts master were deliberately added, which showed the difference between him and Fan Jinja. In other words, even the student union was optimistic about Yang Ming. They also felt that Yang Ming would win. After all, Fan Jinja was too unknown. Everyone had never heard of this person. Not to mention the students in the school, even the students in the economics department did not have much contact with the graduate students. As for the graduate students themselves, no one knew him except for Fan Jinja's classmates. Of course, Fan Jinja's underling, Feng Jianing, had hired a lot of people to spread out in the auditorium of the gymnasium in advance. They had Fan Jinja's posters and slogans in their hands, ready to show them when Fan Jinja showed his prowess. As for the friendly match, everyone knew that this kind of battle would definitely be fought to the death because Fan Jinja challenged Yang Ming for a woman. How was this a friendly match? It was a desperate fight. Look at the bet he made. He said that whoever lost would leave Zhao Ying, would not be allowed to contact Zhao Ying in the future, and would not wear clothes and run around the school naked. How was this a friendly match? It was simply forcing people into a dead end. This was equivalent to losing face in the school. Even if they did not transfer to another school in the future, they would have to lower their heads and endure the ridicule of other students. However, the student union had to add the words friendly match for the sake of face. It was also to deal with the school leaders and the teachers of the physical education department. Otherwise, who would lend you a venue? Why would you provide a venue for students to fight? Are you kidding me? Under the banner of the Friendly Match Challenge, there were some introductions to Yang Ming and Fan Jinja. Of course, there were more introductions to Yang Ming, including photos of him defeating the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club and photos of Yang Ming's martial arts performance at the school's art festival. In short, everyone was optimistic about Yang Ming. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the friendly match between Fan Jinja, a graduate student in the economics department, and the martial arts master, Yang Ming. Feng Juning spoke. Chapter 1932. Feng Juning became the host of this competition through Fan Jinja's relationship with the student union. Fan Jinja donated a lot of money to the student union so that his friend in the student union could get the host position for Feng Juning. The audience naturally did not know that Feng Juning was Fan Jinja's man. They thought that he was really the host invited by the student union. So, after Feng Juning finished speaking, the audience applauded. They were looking forward to Yang Ming, so they were naturally very enthusiastic about the host. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng Juning. You can call me Brother Nung. I am the host of this martial arts challenge. Feng Juning said, Now, our players are in place. The competition is about to begin. Please welcome our players with a warm round of applause. Wow. There was a warm applause from the audience. They were all looking forward to Yang Ming's appearance. First of all, the player on the stage is Fan Jinja's representative team, Fan Sibiao. He is also a graduate student of XX University. This time, he is representing Fan Jinja. Feng Juning changed Feng Sibiao's name to Fan Sibiao so that others would not suspect his identity. He also gave him the title of a graduate student so that others would not think that Fan Jinja found someone from the underworld and violated the rules. They were all graduate students from other universities. They were just representing Fan Jinja, so this was also a cover-up. However, even so, the students below were a little unhappy. Isn't it Fan Jinja's challenge? Why is there another Fan Sibiao? Is there still a need to ask for external help? Isn't this too much of a scam? It can't be like this. Scam? Isn't it Fan Jinja? How did it become Fan Sibiao? Yeah. Did Fan Jinja send out the challenge letter and find out that Yang Ming was too powerful, so he did not dare to accept the challenge? So he asked for external help. This is also against the rules. It is obviously Fan Jinja's challenge. Why did he bring a substitute? Where is that coward Fan Jinja? Hurry up and come out. Let him fight by himself. Everyone, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Feng Jiu had expected this situation a long time ago. After all, Fan Jinja was not going to appear personally, but Feng Sibiao was going to appear on his behalf. Hence, he had to explain, when Fan Jinja posted the challenge letter on the internet, he only said that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming. However, he did not say whether he wanted to challenge Yang Ming personally or ask his friend to challenge him. If you don't believe me, you can see what the challenge letter looks like. After Feng Jiu finished speaking, the students below were a little upset. Why is the host speaking up for Fan Jinja? What was going on? Don't you know that everyone likes Yang Ming? However, there were some students who believed him. They logged into the school's forum through the stadium's wireless signal and found Fan Jinja's post. Sure enough, Fan Jinja's post clearly stated that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming, but he did not mention who was going to challenge Yang Ming. This was a complete word game. Everyone despised Fan Jinja's petty approach. You can't beat Yang Ming, so you just found a random person to replace you. You even said that you wanted to challenge Yang Ming. What's the point of choosing? You're a complete coward. Fan Jinja, coward. Fan Jinja, despicable. Fan Jinja, come out and accept your death. The students were very emotional. Most of them were Yang Ming supporters. They wanted to see Yang Ming show his power and beat Fan Jinja until he was rolling on the ground. They were not optimistic about Fan Jinja, but now there was an inexplicable Fan Sibiao, so the students were a little worried. Since this person was invited by Fan Jinja, he must have some strength. Otherwise, Fan Jinja would not invite him. Why did he invite someone to fight? Why didn't he invite the best? Although everyone was very confident in Yang Ming, Fan Jinja came prepared. Seeing his challenge on the campus forum, he seemed to be full of confidence. Everyone was even more worried that Yang Ming would lose. Yang Ming was strong, but he was also an amateur player. Although he defeated the campus Taekwondo club's president and vice president, everyone knew how strong a school's Taekwondo club could be. It was far worse than a professional player. Yang Ming won against them, but it did not mean that he could be comparable to a professional player. Although the host, Feng Jianing, said that Fan Sibiao was also a graduate student of some university, who could prove it? From his appearance, this Fan Sibiao did not look like a student at all. He had a strong body and a mature face. He looked like a person in his 30s. How could he be a student? However, although everyone was suspicious, there was no evidence. They could only be angry and insult Fan Jinja. Presumably, everyone is here to watch the competition, not to argue about these meaningless rules, right? Feng Jianing frowned. He did not expect the students below the stage to be so agitated. He quickly interrupted them. If you don't want to watch, you can leave. Our organizer has already approved this practice. Do you have any different opinions? You despicable person. This host and that idiot Fan Jinja are on the same side. Get off, get off, get off. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Since the competition has not started yet, the decision is in Yang Ming's hands. If he agrees, why are we in such a hurry? At this time, some of the supporters that Feng Jianing could find began to take effect. They stood up and began to speak in favor of Fan Jinja. That's right, let Yang Ming decide. If Yang Ming doesn't dare to compete, then don't compete. Yeah, even if there's a change, if Yang Ming is so powerful, he will continue to compete. If he is afraid, he can withdraw. Yeah, if he is afraid and timid, he can choose not to compete. What's the big deal? These people began to mock Yang Ming. However, it had to be said that their words were the truth. The competition had not started yet. The decision was in Yang Ming's hands. Yang Ming's decision was Yang Ming's business. What did it have to do with others? However, it had to be said that these people were very mean. If Yang Ming withdrew, then the responsibility would not be that Fan Jinja had changed, but that Yang Ming was afraid, timid, and did not dare to compete. They said it lightly. What's the big deal if he did not compete? However, for Yang Ming, withdrawing at the last minute would give Fan Jinja an excuse to attack. That was, Yang Ming was bullying the weak and was afraid of the strong, so he withdrew at the last minute. When I challenged him, Yang Ming readily agreed. Now that there was a change, he did not dare to compete. He was simply a coward. Chapter 1933. Therefore, as long as these supporters stood up to support, the situation would change. Whether Yang Ming participated in the competition or not, they would have an excuse to attack Yang Ming. It seems that the opinions of the students are not unified, Feng Jianing said with a smile. But I agree with what these students said. The competition has not started yet. Whether to compete or not is completely up to Yang Ming. If he says to compete, then why are you worried about him? If he says not to compete, then wouldn't you be worried for nothing? Feng Jianing's words completely shifted the responsibility to Yang Ming, as if all this was caused by Yang Ming. It had nothing to do with Feng Jianing and Fan Jinja. Whether it was right or wrong, Yang Ming was responsible for it. Although Feng Jianing's words were a bit twisted and were suspected of influencing public opinion, the students under the stage heard Fan Jinja's words and felt that this was indeed the case. The decision was in Yang Ming's hands, so why should they worry? Thinking of this, these students also temporarily quieted down. Under the stage, Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. Yin Yin, this Feng Jianing is too bad, right? He completely influenced everyone's thoughts. If someone else were to compete with Yang Ming, they would still be in the right? Zhao Ying was unwilling. If it was Fan Jinja, she would not be so worried. After all, Fan Jinja's physique was there, and he had been tricked by Yang Ming several times. His fighting strength was also very ordinary. On the way to Donghai, Fan Jinja had been repaired at the car repair shop. It seemed that he did not know how to fight at all. At the entrance of the villa in Donghai, he was also beaten up by Yang Ming's driver, Little Wang. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Therefore, although Zhao Ying was not 100% assured that Fan Jinja would challenge Yang Ming, at least she was still confident. But when she saw the burly Fan Biao on the stage, she was a little uneasy. Oh, I was wondering how Fan Jinja dared to challenge Yang Ming. It turns out that he had a backup plan. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Fan Biao on the stage with some contempt and said faintly. From Fan Biao's physique, Wang Xiaoyan could see that Fan Biao was a person who relied entirely on his physical strength to win. It was undeniable that his body was quite strong, and his strength was definitely very great. However, such a person was still capable of underground boxing in the ring. However, in Wang Xiaoyan's view, Fan Biao was an instant kill for Yang Ming. I can't kill him in one blow. If Yang Ming attacks, this Fan Biao will be killed in one blow. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan was not worried that Fan Jinja would change to someone else. It would be the same no matter who he changed to. Yang Ming's current enemy had already been upgraded to the kind of big boss that even agents would have a headache. This kind of small character was not even enough for Yang Ming to practice. But he looked so strong. Can Yang Ming handle it? Zhao Ying was a little worried. Don't forget Yang Ming's identity. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. Didn't he tell you? You mean Yang Ming's identity as an agent? Zhao Ying was slightly stunned. Since Yang Ming's superiors decided to let Yang Ming carry out that dangerous mission, they naturally took a fancy to Yang Ming's skills. If Yang Ming can't even handle such a big guy, then Yang Ming's superiors might as well send such a big guy. Why would they let Yang Ming go? Wang Xiaoyan said with a smile. Even Fan Jinja can invite someone. Do you think that Yang Ming's superiors can't find such a person? Yeah, Yin Yan, you're right. Why didn't I think of it? At this moment, Zhao Ying was suddenly enlightened. Since Yang Ming was an agent and had to carry out a very dangerous mission, his skills must be quite good. Otherwise, Yang Ming's superiors wouldn't have appointed Yang Ming to carry out this mission. Although this Fan Biao looks strong, he shouldn't be that powerful. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoyan was right. If Fan Jinja could find someone, how could Yang Ming's superiors not be able to find someone like that? If he was really better than Yang Ming, then he could just find such a person to carry out the mission. Why did he need to find Yang Ming? You were just too worried about Yang Ming. You are so worried that you are confused. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. You just fell in love with him. It is normal to be worried about him. I have been with him for a long time. It can be said that I know Yang Ming very well, so I am not worried. Then don't laugh at me. Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed. How can it be? Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Everyone has this stage. I was also worried about Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan remembered the days in Vietnam and Africa with Yang Ming. Wasn't that also soul-stirring? Especially when Yang Ming braved the rain of bullets. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyan was worried to death. But the matter was over. Wang Xiaoyan also figured it out. Since he is an assassin, how can there be no danger? And with Yang Ming's extraordinary skills, there should be no problem. Under the stage, on the other side of the stands, Chun Mingyan Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jijia also came to the stadium early in the morning. They also came to watch Yang Ming's last public appearance in the school before he left. Sitting next to the three of them were Zhang Bin, Zhao Sisi, and Wang Mei. Obviously, Zhang Bin had settled the relationship between Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei. In this way, his underling was quite similar to Yang Ming's style as a boss. In fact, Zhang Bin had always felt that being Yang Ming's underling was very prestigious. The good things in women that he got were not as good as the boss, but they were much better than the antagonist. Of his two girlfriends, one was not very good looking, but at least she was a virgin. The other one was pretty good, but not a virgin. Although each had its flaws, overall, it was still very good. Moreover, he had two wives, which was much better than the average person. Looking at the characters like Wang Jitao and Yang Ming, although they seemed to be very badass, in the end, weren't they still finished goods? Therefore, Zhang Bin felt that his underling was good. When something happened, the boss would come to his rescue. When he was bullied, the boss would stand up for him. Even if it was the company, the boss would send it to him. Although overall, he was still a level lower than the boss. Compared to others, he was quite badass. Sister Mingyan, that Fan Jinja, how did he get such a burly man? Will there be any problem? Lin Jiyun saw Fan Sibiao on the stage and couldn't help but worry. It shouldn't be. Don't forget, Yang Ming is a special agent. Chen Mingyan was still very confident in Yang Ming. At this time, even if she was not confident, she had to give her sisters enough confidence, who asked her to be the main wife. Chapter 1934. Yeah, boss is an agent. That's really badass. His skills are quite powerful. When we were in Las Vegas, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could defeat 100 people by himself. Zhang Bin had seen Yang Ming's skills, so he naturally knew how powerful Yang Ming was. And I also think that Yang Ming is very powerful. Zhou Jijia whispered. Oh, what's so powerful about him? Chen Mingyan glanced at Zhou Jijia and whispered teasingly. Since that day, the relationship between the three of them had taken another step forward. Although it was very good before, there was still privacy between individuals. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun might not have that between them anymore, but with Zhou Jijia, she always felt that they were not so close. However, with the naked meeting of the three of them that day, the last barrier disappeared. Now, the three of them could be said to be super good friends. There was nothing that couldn't be said, and there was nothing to avoid. The three of them had already discussed that in the days when Yang Ming was away, they would sleep together every night, support and love each other, and wait for the day when Yang Ming came back. Zhang Bin naturally couldn't hear what Chen Mingyan whispered. He still said excitedly, "In a while, Brother Yang will appear, and then he will show his power. This Fan Sibiao, I think he is just a showman. He looks a little strong, but in fact, he is nothing." Zhang Bin's voice was a little louder, and it was heard by a student in front. The student turned around and sighed. Although you want Yang Ming to win, this time, I'm afraid there isn't much hope. It's good that Yang Ming isn't injured. Oh, why do you say that? Zhang Bin was stunned. He frowned and looked at the student in front of him with some dissatisfaction. This person slandered his own boss. Zhang Bin naturally didn't have a good face for him. You don't know. This Fan Sibiao isn't called Fan Sibiao at all. He is actually called Feng Sibiao. The student also frowned and said he is a boxer in the underground boxing in the southern V City. He specializes in underground boxing and is known as the Underground Boxing Emperor. How do you know? Zhang Bin was stunned. He didn't expect Fan Sibiao to have such a background. I'm a boxing enthusiast. On some boxing forums, there are also some videos of underground boxing matches. I watched a lot of underground boxing matches, and this Feng Sibiao left a deep impression on me. That's why I thought he looked familiar just now. I used my phone to search on the internet and found that this Fan Sibiao is indeed Feng Sibiao. The student picked up the phone and put the screen in front of Zhang Bin. Look for yourself. Zhang Bin quickly took the phone and looked at it. Chen Mingyan and the others also came over, However, at first glance, Zhang Bin, Chen Mingyan, and the others turned pale with fright. Feng Xibiao, the pillar of the Hell boxing arena in V City in the south. Since his debut, he has fought 162 different matches and won all of them. He has never lost a single match. Feng Xibiao was 183 meters tall and weighed 78 kilograms. He was good at straight punches. His strength was amazing. His opponents who had fought with him often fell to the ground directly after being hit by his straight punches. Some of them even died on the spot. Feng Xibiao didn't like to play tricks and usually settled the battle with a few punches. Even if he met a difficult opponent, he still maintained his routine, going straight to the point until he beat the opponent down. The information was very scary. It described Feng Xibiao as an extremely terrifying existence. This information, is it all true? Zhang Bin widened his eyes. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? The student also shook his head. I also think highly of Yang Ming, but these people are too insidious. They actually invited someone from the underground boxing arena to deal with Yang Ming. I don't know what kind of deep hatred there is. Isn't this killing? No. I have to send a text message to the boss quickly. Isn't this cheating? Zhang Bin was anxious. He quickly took out his mobile phone to send a text message to Yang Ming. However, before he could send it, he saw that Chen Mingyan had already taken out her mobile phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming was standing behind the scenes at the moment, watching everything that happened in the stadium coldly. Yang Ming also saw Feng Jiu leading Fan Xibiao out, but he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Ming thought, why does this Fan Jinja dare to challenge me? It turns out that he has hired a helper. But, so what if he hired a helper? Yang Ming felt that the result was the same whether he hired a helper or not. With Yang Ming's current skills, dealing with these people was no different from playing games. Yang Ming didn't put this Fan Xibiao in his eyes at all. What made Yang Ming feel a little strange was that this Fan Xibiao seemed a little familiar. Yang Ming felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After all, Yang Ming wouldn't put such a small character in his eyes, so his impression of him was naturally not very deep. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, his mobile phone rang. Yang Ming was still in the backstage, so naturally, he could answer the phone. Yang Ming took out the phone and saw that it was Chen Mingyan calling. He smiled and picked up the phone. Mingyan, why? Do you miss me in such a short time? Yang Ming, stop fooling around. I have something important to tell you. Chen Mingyan didn't have time to joke with Yang Ming, so she said hurriedly, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yang Ming, don't participate in this challenge. Quickly withdraw, Chen Mingyan advised. Oh, why? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. Yang Ming, Fan Xibiao on this stage, is not a graduate student of XX University at all. His original name is not Fan Xibiao. Chen Mingyan told Yang Ming the content she saw before. His original name is Feng Xibiao. He is the pillar of the Hell boxing field in the southern V City. Oh, it's him. I remember who he is. Yang Ming heard the name Feng Xibiao and heard the information that Chen Mingyan said. He finally remembered who this Feng Xibiao was. Yang Ming, do you know him? Chen Mingyan was also stunned. I can't say that I know him. He is just a small character, not worth mentioning, Yang Ming said faintly. Mingyan, are you worried about me because of this? Yeah, of course I am worried. The opponent is an underground boxer. I am afraid that you can't handle it. Chen Mingyan said. Don't worry. Don't forget what your husband is. I'm an agent. I can't handle a small underground boxer. How can I carry out those dangerous missions? Yang Ming said with a smile, that is not only a joke with my life, but also a joke with the safety of my teammates. Believe me, how can I do those things that I'm not sure of? Chapter 1935. Then I believe in you. You have to be careful. After listening to Yang Ming's confident words, Chen Mingyan was finally relieved. Since Yang Ming said so, he must have full confidence. Then, What do I have to worry about? Moreover, Yang Ming also said that he knew this Feng Xibiao. Then, I don't have to worry about it. Know yourself and know your enemy to be victorious. Yang Ming understood his opponent, so he would naturally act according to his ability. Don't worry, I won't do something that is beyond my ability. Yang Ming said, you tell Sister Lin, Jia, and Zhang Bin not to worry. I have no problem dealing with this person. Okay, I will tell them. Chen Mingyan nodded and hung up the phone. How is it? What do the bros say? Zhang Bin waited for Chen Mingyan to finish the call and asked impatiently. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia also had the same thoughts, but there were other students, so they couldn't show it. However, they also looked at Chen Mingyan anxiously, waiting for her answer. It's nothing. Yang Ming said that he can handle it. He knows the underground boxing emperor, so there's no problem. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. I see. Zhang Bin listened to Chen Mingyan's words and suddenly felt relieved. If the bro says there's no problem, then there must be no problem. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Ming said that he could handle it, and he knew the underground boxing emperor, then there should be no problem. Yang Ming couldn't continue to fight with him when he knew that the other party was very powerful. That was not in line with Yang Ming's character at all. Yang Ming couldn't do this kind of stupid thing. However, the student who held the phone before had some doubts. Yang Ming said that there is no problem. Is it true? He can't be bragging, right? I've seen this Feng Xibiao's boxing video before. It is often a one-hit kill. The opponent has no power to fight back. How can Yang Ming be his opponent? Whether it is true or not, you will know when you see it. When Zhang Bin heard that this student didn't believe in Yang Ming's strength, he was somewhat unhappy. Which group are you on? Of course I am with Yang Ming. I'm a student of our school. Why would I cheer for an outsider? Feng Xibiao. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was just an ordinary student. Even if he was powerful in school, he couldn't be a match for people in society. Moreover, the other party was a professional boxer. The underground boxing arena was a place for fighting. It wasn't a joke. I'm also afraid that something will happen to Yang Ming. Don't worry. You just have to wait and see. Zhang Bin remembered Yang Ming's appearance in Las Vegas and suddenly felt relieved. Well, anyway, I have said what I should say. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. When the student saw that Zhang Bin was so confident, there was no way. He shook his head. If something really happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. I won't. Zhang Bin waved his hand. You just have to watch the show. Chen Mingyan heard the student's scary words and was a little worried. But when she saw that Zhang Bin was so confident, she suddenly felt relieved. Yang Ming hung up the phone and smiled slightly. It seems that Feng Xibiao has been recognized. This kind of impersonation will be exposed sooner or later. I believe that after today, there will be a search for Feng Xibiao's real identity on the school's forum. At that time, coupled with Feng Xibiao's awesome identity and the fact that he had turned pale today, Fan Jinja would probably be too ashamed to show his face. A master of the underground fighting arena couldn't even beat a freshman. Who would believe that? But so what if they don't believe it? This is the truth. It is impossible for others not to believe it. Yang Ming sneered. It seems that Fan Jinja has shot himself in the foot this time. As for Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming also saw them. With Yang Ming's eyesight, he could see clearly in the entire stadium. He could see who came and who didn't, and who his friends and family were. Yang Ming could see all of them with his special ability. However, with Wang Xiaoyan around, Zhao Ying wouldn't be too worried because Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about her strength. It was more than enough to deal with Feng Xibiao in the underground boxing arena. It was not a problem at all. Yang Ming guessed that this was the reason why Zhao Ying didn't call him for so long. It was because she had listened to Wang Xiaoyan's persuasion, so she didn't worry too much. However, Xiao Qing's phone call came in after Chen Mingyan. Qing? Yang Ming picked up the phone. You are here too? No, I am in the office, but there's a live broadcast video on the campus TV on the campus website. I can see it. Xiao Qing said, I have been watching the live broadcast here. I saw that Fan Xibiao. Why doesn't he look like a student? He looks like a martial arts master invited by the society. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, big body, big arms, big waist. Can you handle it? Oh, of course, he is not a student. He is a boxer in the Southern Underground boxing arena. He specializes in underground boxing and is a little famous in V-City. Yang Ming did not hide it. Moreover, the more he said so, the less worried Xiao Qing was. Since he knew so much, it could be said that he knew the enemy as well as himself. Naturally, he would not do anything rash. If he was not an opponent, could he continue to fight? Therefore, Xiao Qing was obviously stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. What? Not only is he not a student, but he's also a black boxer in the Southern V-City underground boxing arena? How did such a person come to the school? Fan Jinja is seriously violating the school rules. How can he be allowed to do so? I want to talk to Dad and expel this student. Oh, there's no hurry now, Yang Ming said with a smile. Now, there are already students who suspect him and are searching for him. I believe that tomorrow, there will be a post about Fan Xibiao's true identity on the school forum. At that time, Fan Jinja will not be able to escape. It is not too late for the school to punish him then. Then, how are you going to deal with it now? Xiao Qing was worried about Yang Ming's safety, not whether Fan Jinja was really expelled. How to deal with it? Of course, I will cripple him. Yang Ming sneered. It doesn't matter even if I kill him. It's just that I don't want to do such a bloody and scary thing in school. It is not good to scare the students. Otherwise, in my eyes, he is already a dead man. I can kill him directly, and it won't be a big deal. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.